Association, Veterans Sport Association of South Africa. They give Wales University training and what about it's Harvey's one
Yeah,
concrete
yeah,
services
yeah.
and then at
And yours.
www.songetours.co.za and also by Vita 24 Vitamin Boost drinks, proudly sponsoring this event and providing us with beverages for this week to keep us cool and hydrated in the heat here in Cape Town. The Devil's Peak Beer Company, Pitch Vision, who are bringing you these broadcasts every single venue, every single game of this Over-40 World Cup. And here with the production team today, and we'll go through that a little bit later with you. And also by the City of Cape Town, SM Cricket and Softphone VIP are providing the data services. And it is an absolute privilege to be here with you today. News from the middle is that UAE have won the toss and elected to bat first on what looks like a nice hard wicket, a bit of grass on it. So hopefully it'll start off well and start come on. It's going to be a really hot day here today. It's going to be expected in the 30 to 35 degree range. And just to run through the teams for you. And the UAE, it's Sudesh Savannah, who's been in outstanding form with the bat so far in this tournament, with 200 runs so far for opening batter for the UAE. And lucky not to get 100, but 98. And they've got Abdullah Sayed, the captain, Rafi, he is known, Rayan Khan, Vijay Mehra, Ranjit Nair, Peter Bayer, Roshan Khan, Hari Krishnan, Sasidaran, Earl Quevedo, Imran Kazmi, Zar Khan, and Biju Pillay. And then the Welsh 12 to give that team. Gareth Edwards, the captain, Neil Harris, the keeper, Adam Hitchcock, Paul Hitchcock, Sean Morris, Nick Morgan, Johan Roberts, Owen Hopkins, James Breeze, Matthew Smart, Michael Martin, and Simon Holliday as the 12th man. And the umpires today who are walking out into the middle, and I think you can see them there, Daryl O'Sullivan from Australia, and then Chris Ruiz here from South Africa. And it is set fair to be an incredible day of cricket here in the Cape Winelands. This ground situated between the two towns of Paarl and Franschhoek, and really is a beautiful part of the Western Cape. So really a privilege to be with you, and just waiting for the batters and the fielders to make their way onto the field, and the match is starting shortly. Anthems have been sung.
Good one.
Organisation has been put together. We have the large contingents of Welsh supporters sitting under the trees and the mountains at a distance, and our cameraman Nao just giving you a view of that. Welsh supporters, and there was a group of about 35 Welsh people in the touring party, and they're really having a wonderful time here in and around Cape Town, and certainly has been wonderful to have all the foreign visitors with us as the two UAE batters come out to the middle. James Breeze can do absolutely nothing about that, and it's gone away for yet another boundary. And that is 9 on the board now for against India, and in the other countries where we play on so to put it back now against South Africa, then match that played yesterday, scoring 42 off 57 deliveries. So to James Breeks at backward point. So we've got has into the leg side now. Adam Hitchcock chasing it out there in the square leg region, and he just tosses it in to wicket keeper Neil Harris. Hopkins, right arm medium pace bowler, and he's a earlier on today as a Rafi comes in off the who scored a very good 50 against South Africa in the opening match on Sunday. I'm sorry, on Monday, and it is captain Rafi who is off the mark with that particular shot. It's going to be Sudesh facing. Yeah, that's better outside the line of the off stump. Can't quite get across with enough power on the shot to get it through the covers. Simon Holliday comes around from mid-off to do the fielding. And we have next to him in the covers, it looks like Adam Hitchcock. I think that's actually Paul Hitchcock there. And then his brother Adam further in. It's in the air, but it's just going to be 2 bounces, 3 bounces perhaps down to the man at third man, and that is Matthew Smart that tosses that one in, and not before they're through for the single. Takes the score to 13 without loss. It's been a much better over for Wales. This one from Owen Hopkins. It's in the air, but it's down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone through long leg, and nothing Nick Morgan could do about that. and another boundary there off the bat of Sudish. In fact, no, this is actually off the bat of Rafiullah, the captain. So first boundary for Rafiullah Sayed this morning, to go with two boundaries that have already been scored by his opening partner Sudish. And good start here for the UAE, as Hopkins away from us once again. Well, that's very well played by the captain. That's going to run away to the mid-wicket fence, and that's gone for four. So it was a very good over up until that point. Umpire Chris Russ at this, the pole end of the ground, just signalling four to the scorers, and another boundary for the UAE. And that is Rafiullah that moves to 9 of 4 deliveries, 11 of 8 for Sudish Sabana, and the UAE fairly rattling along here at 21 without loss, 11 off the first over, 10 off the second, and the Welsh are going to be looking for a breakthrough here to try and make sure that they can actually break this partnership as soon as possible. So it'll be smart to continue from the Stellenbosch end here at Groot-Drakenstein Cricket Club. As I was saying, beautiful ground, really a wonderful setting for cricket, and it was smart towards us now. That's a very good delivery on the line of what looks like middle and off stump. We're sitting here at a slight angle to the play, and very much from the position you see our roving camera is really where we're sitting, so it'll give you an idea of what we can see. And that's another very good delivery from Smart. And you're with me here, James King, the Cape Fox, doing the commentary for you today. Hope to have some players and other interaction from team members and maybe other touring parties later on in the piece. Much better over this so far from Smart, and with me, as I mentioned earlier on, the team from Pitch Vision, who are bringing you these visuals and really do a fantastic job. Got Kululeko, Driver and Neo, and we really appreciate you watching us here today as that's played out into the covers, and is the man at that deep cover boundary is going to cut it off. So one feels a good fielding position put in there by the Welsh. They are allowed to have 3 fielders outside the circle in the first 15 overs, and out on the boundary there. Now they've changing the field slightly to the captain Rafiullah Sayed, putting a man out on the deep square leg boundary, and the Welsh, I think they have got 3 on the boundary, got a third man, fine leg and a deep square. It's Adam Hitchcock has gone out there, and he goes straight this time, and that's a glorious shot straight down the ground that umpire Daryl Sullivan has more exercise as he signals that has gone for 4. And a very good shot, pitched up a little bit more that time, not as short of a length, and it really does look like a very, very good pitch to be batting on this morning. Just into the leg side, and there is no run. That's the end of the over, so a much better over, that one for Wales. Only the 5 off the over, and their score for the UAE has moved to 26 for the loss of 1 after 3 overs. Neil Harris just coming towards us here and just asking the 13th man to give him his cap, perhaps. Just interesting to see what the tactics are going to be now from the Welsh.
to see if they are going to continue. It looks like Neil Harris is going to be standing up to James Brees. Perhaps that's why he's got his helmet on now, as he replaced his floppy hat with the helmet. And with 26 without loss after 3, the UAE off to a flyer, batting at 8.6 runs to the over. It is going to be Owen Hopkins to continue, so I think as it was James Brees, so Owen Hopkins to continue. And just getting some further instructions there from his captain, Gareth Edwards. Gareth Edwards, who played a lot of cricket for the Glamorgan second 11. He was at Glamorgan County Cricket Club for many years and was an understudy to Robert Croft, who played for England, and a man who still plays for Bury in the Liverpool and Districts League. That's nicely played, but Holiday's going to be right behind it, and there is no run. Oh, that is just outside the off stump, and really well taken by Neil Harris there from the Welsh team, the wicket keeper. Good take from him behind, and certainly a good ploy here, it looks like, from the Welsh to have Harris standing up, just preventing the batter from coming down the wicket. And just trying to see who is on strike. It is Sadish on strike. It just angles it nicely down, but it's straight to Sean Morris, who is at backward point. We've got Matthew Smart at third man. We've got a backward point, that's Sean Morris. We've got a man at cover, more actually a conventional point. We've got a deep cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, and then we've got a mid-on, square leg, and a long leg, as it's Hopkins away from us again. That's nicely played. I don't think Holiday's going to get to that one. He's not, and it's a fast outfield here at Kurt Drakenstein. That one goes over the boundary for 4, and picked up by the man who's assisting here in providing drinks and helping out, 13th, 12th or 13th man, and that goes for another boundary to Sadish, and he's in outstanding form. And with his Sunridge Sports bat, the SS bat, blue helmet, he's facing up to Hopkins now. Just angles that once again down to Morgan. In fact, not to Morgan this time. That's through to James Brees, number 8, in the covers, and there is no run. So we've got Adam Hitchcott out on the boundary at the deep boundary here, and his brother Paul is at extra cover. Holiday at mid-off, Mickey Martin at mid-on. It's in the air, but it's over Mickey Martin's head there at mid-on. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. It isn't. He's getting it there, and he's going to toss it in. It's a good throw into the bowler, Owen Hopkins, but not before they are through for 2. And that means that it'll be Rafaela on strike, and at the end of that over, a 6 off that over, 32 without loss after 4 overs. So batting at exactly 8 runs an over are the UAE at the moment. It's 3 boundaries so far to both of these batters, and it is Sadish Sabana on 18, captain Rafaela Syed on 13, and score, as I say, 32 without loss. Now starting the 5th over, and I think we're not going to see a change as yet. Still going to be Matthew Smart, a trend in this tournament, which makes complete sense, is that bowlers generally tend to bowl a number of overs in one spell as they get nice and warm and loose, and able to then keep that going for a period of time. Difficult to stop and start again. It's a no ball. So there is an appeal there, but that one I think going down the leg side anyway. But the first no ball that we have seen, that's going to be a free hit, and that's something they certainly would not have wanted. So a free hit. So it's 33 now without loss, and on strike the captain. Rafiullah Syed plays that one straight down the ground. It's well fielded on his follow through by the foot of Matthew Smart. That'll hurt tomorrow, I'm sure. But for the moment he saved what was probably going to be another run, so gets away a bit with that free hit, and it's just the single added to the score. 34 without loss into the fifth over. It's been a good start so far from the UAE. The first 2 overs going for 21. Just a reminder that power play is the first 15 overs, 3 fielders allowed outside the circle, and that's very nicely played into the ground back to the bowler. And this has been again a much tighter over so far, with the 3 balls having bowled, only 2 of them legal. Oh, he has a go at that one outside the off stump, does Sadish. That's a good delivery. And once again, Harris with a very good take behind Neil Harris, and really showing some outstanding hands there, the wicket keeper for Wales. Now we have a field here, very similar field for Smart as it is for Hopkins, and that's played to the left of straight. A lovely on drive by Sadish, and that has gone through to the boundary for 4, and it is from a Welsh point of view, it is Sean Morris who's gone to pick that one up. So for the first part of this match, with the bowling part of it, angling down the leg side from Smart, and appeals, but nothing from the keeper Harris. And chatting a bit earlier on today or in fact chatting on Monday to the Welsh team, and just most people know, we'll talk about that now. That's very nicely played through the offside, and it's beaten the man out in the covers. That's Mickey Martin. He's not going to be able to get round for that one. And another boundary to Sadish Sabana. So another 2 boundaries in this over from Matthew Smart, and Sabana now moves, Sadish Sabana moves to 26 off 23 deliveries with 5 fours. With him side Rafiullah Syed, he's got 14 off 8 with 3 fours, so the majority of the strike to Sadish, the premier batter for this UAE team, and they've moved to 42 without loss. 10 off that over from Hopkins, and you sense perhaps that Wales will be looking at options now to see how they can stem this flow of runs. And I see some warm-ups happening already here. It looks like Simon Holliday just stretching the legs. He's going to be the 12th man, looks like, for Wales. So going to maybe be not sure whether he'll be on with the batting and bowling. They are allowed to make these substitutions and have 12 players, of which 11 bat and 11 bowl. and just looking at the field we've got here is going to be Owen Hopkins to continue as Simon Holliday, left arm orthodox spinner, practices. No doubt he'll be coming on from the other end with Matthew Smart, the opening bowler, not quite being able to, in his 3 overs, make an impact today on this batting lineup of the UAE. And this partnership for the UAE has proven to be quite problematic for the other teams in the tournament. As we say, we've already told you, Sadish Sabana before this match, 195 runs in his 3 innings, with an outstanding average then of 65, and he comes into this match in very good form, and you can see why his wicket is prized by all the teams here in the tournament, as it's going to be Hopkins away from us again. That's good delivery, angling into the pads of Rafiullah Sayed, the captain. Sean Morris leading the encouragement here for the team, and that is again a much better delivery, just slightly short of a length from Hopkins. Just come through for the single, as that's fielded on the boundary there by Johan Roberts. And Johan Roberts not playing the match on Monday that I commentated for Wales versus South Africa. Johan Roberts, number 2, out on the boundary. Oh wait, I might have it now. You got it? No, I haven't got it yet. Sorry. Yeah, something. Yeah. So sorry about that break. I was just trying to make sure that I've got a feed here, and that I can actually also cover what's happening on the YouTube channel and look at some of your comments. And I'd love to have Dylan McPhee here with me on comms, knowing he's not in the lineup today. So if anybody from the Welsh contingent is listening or watching, please, if you wouldn't mind helping me with that. We don't have the ability to actually go around and speak to them at the pavilion. Really good to have him with us, as we're going to see Simon Holliday bowling his left arm orthodox off spin from around the wicket to Sadish, and that's some outstanding fielding done there by Johan Roberts in the covers, and they just take the single. So score moves now to 47 with a much better over. That last one by Owain Hopkins just went for the 4, and it's 46 without loss after 6, as we see Holliday in once again towards us from the Stellenbosch end of the ground, and that's on the line and middle and leg, and Syed Rafiul just playing that out into the leg side where Paul Hitchcock does the fielding. That's nicely played to the left of long off, but there's only going to be the single on offer, as that one is tossed in left-handed by Sean Morris out there in the deep, and who got a good score yesterday. The Welsh struggling on a very sporty pitch on Monday against South Africa, and some very good South African bowling in that particular match. And that one just flat batted straight down to, I think it's the captain there. No, it's Matthew Smart, I do apologise. Gareth Edwards here right in front of us at a short, fine leg position. Matty Smart doing the fielding there. Also played out to the left of that man in the deep, Sean Morris at long off, and he tosses it in to Holliday. They just go through for yet another single. So just the 3 singles so far off this Simon Holliday over. It was a privilege to have Simon with us on Monday in the commentary box, or commentary box on commentary at Greenpoint. That's played straight out into the covers. Johan Roberts does the fielding, and there is no addition to the score. So just the three of the first over from Simon Holliday, and Welsh just starting to perhaps claw a little bit back into this game. Looks like perhaps the slower bowlers will have more joy on this particular wicket, but a good over there from the Welsh slow left arm orthodox spinner. 49 without loss then after 7 overs, and not a difficult calculation. We know our times tables. 7 runs and over exactly that they're batting at, and UAE off to a very good start here. So plenty of matches in the Over-40s World Cup happening around the Cape Peninsula today. 6 of those games again today. That's well bowled by Hopkins, and just been able to exercise a little bit more control here. Have the Welsh in the last 2 overs, no boundaries off the last 2 overs, and after that flurry of boundaries earlier on, they have been bowling a lot tighter, found their lines and lengths a lot better. It's just on the pads and angled away down the leg side, and that is going to go to the boundaries. Nothing Johan Roberts can do about that, and it's gone down to the backward square leg boundary for 4, and clipped off his pads by Sadish Sabana. He moves into the well into the 30s with that. 35 he's on now. His captain, Rafiullah Sayed, who is on 16. It's been a good inning so far. 35 of 31 for him, 16 of 14 for the captain. That's a good delivery from Hopkins into his into his fourth over. As Matthew Smart opened the bowling with him and only bowled the 3 overs, and he conceded 26 runs off those 3 overs. No maidens, the 1 wide and the 1 no ball. It's just angled into the leg side, and that's onto it really quickly as Mickey Martin, and make sure that they don't get more than a single. Good quick single taken by the UAE team, and we said your first boundary coming after a couple of overs at the start of this over. So they've moved now on to 54, and they up their 50 coming off only 7.2 overs. That's down the leg side, and that will be signal wide, or did it come off the pad? I think it came off the pad, so fortunate there that it went down to that man at a shortish fine leg. That's the captain, Gareth Edwards, and no addition to the score. Edwards, who moved around from short fine leg here to short fine leg the other side. Very nicely played, and it's unfortunate for the Welsh that the fielder at cover can't get a hand on that, but it is has got a hand on it. It's just stopped short of the boundary. Some good fielding there from Adam Hitchcott, and it's chased out into the deep by number 8 James Breese, and they take, I think, 2 there off that delivery, and so at the end of the over, 56 for without loss after 8, and 7 off that over from Owen Hopkins, and they continue then to march on to the UAE at 7 runs to the over, setting a platform for what they hope will be a big score here. A lot depends on these two and the next man in at bat. And thank you, Edwin Jones. Just commenting on the keeping kits that Neil has. Neil Harris, the wicket keeper, and he's very, very happy with the quality of the kit, and he certainly has been keeping exceptionally well. That's played right straight out to man at deep cover, Mickey Martin, and they will go through for another single to Sudesh Sabana on 37, captain. Rafiullah Sayed on 18. 57 without loss. Holiday in again. It's in the air. It's high, and the captain's under it. No, he can't quite get under it. Sorry, Matthew Smart can't quite get under it, and that was not really half a chance. But it's the first false stroke that we've seen today from the UAE, and Simon Holiday just conceding a single there, and he's making things happen as the slow left armer. He's in between the umpire, Darryl O'Sullivan, and the stumps. And nothing that Sudesh can do there except to defend into the offside. Picked up there by number 3. That is Owen Hopkins. It's down the leg side, just couldn't quite manage to play that one away off the pad. No damage there for the Welsh. And it's Holiday in again. That's a short outside the off stump, played straight out to the man in the covers. Martin, he's got a strong arm, and Harris applauds his fielder in the deep, and they threw for yet another single. So at the moment, it is Holiday who is managing to stem the tide of runs here a little bit. 3 off the over so far, just the 1 ball to come. Conceded 3 in his first over. That's a little bit unlucky not to get the wicket in this over. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the off stump, and it's the captain Rafaela having a full go outside the off stump, not able to make contact. And so another over, only the 3 conceded by Holiday, and it's 59 without loss after 9. So just to give you also the scores for Rafaela Syed in the tournament so far. He's scored 21 against Sri Lanka, and then he scored 11 against South Africa in a total of 107, and then against India just the 3 of 7 deliveries. So the UAE here with totals of 173 against India, 107 against South Africa, and then a very good 216 against Sri Lanka, which Sri Lanka then chased down with 5 wickets down. But the best score of the tournament so far for this UAE team, 216. And then it was yesterday that Wales got their best score of the week, as we see a bowling change, and that's beautifully played. It is cross-batted down the ground right here to the left of us, past Simon Holiday, and scorer driver just tosses it back to them, as we do have a change of bowling from Owain Hopkins, who's been replaced here, looks like by Paul Hitchcock. It is indeed Paul Hitchcock that's bowling his medium paces, and his first boundary, and the first ball, unfortunately for him, hit for a boundary down the ground by Sudesh. So Sudesh now, that's 7 boundaries for him. And he's been particularly harsh, so that's 7 boundaries for him in his innings of 42. So once again eyeing another potential half-century for Sudesh Sabana in the tournament. That's a wideish outside the off stump, not picked up by the man in the deep, and I don't think Adam Hitchcock's going to get to that one. He doesn't, and it's just unfortunately missed it completely. Didn't see the ball, perhaps lost it somehow, but that's another boundary. So his brother Paul's not going to be very happy with that, conceding that boundary out into the offside. But it was a bit short and wise, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. Maybe just trying to cramp him a little bit for space. So he's bowling over the wicket, the left-handed bowler, sorry, across the right-hander. I do apologise to Paul there. So left arm, medium, over the wicket to the right-hander. That was a better delivery, and Sudesh trying to force that one into the offside yet again. He's now gone to 46 with 8 boundaries, just the boundary away from another half-century, which will be his 3rd of the tournament so far. And we just want to have a shout out to the Groot Drakenstein Club, sports club, who are hosting us here. You can hear maybe a little bit of traffic in the background. The regional route R45 route that goes from Paarl through to Franschhoek. That's short on the leg side, and that's been pulled away firmly down the leg side, and it was short, and it was there to be hit. That's gone to for another boundary, and that takes Sudesh Sabana to his 50 of 43 deliveries with 9 boundaries, so 9 fours in that score of 50, and really has been dominating the batting has Sadish Sabana, as he has done on a number of occasions this week. It's his third half century of the week, to go with his 98 that he scored against India and the 55 he scored against Sri Lanka, 42 that he got against South Africa. And you can see there the sign for Groot Drakenstein. Very good work there by our cameraman Naya. And this area between Paarl and Franschhoek, known for its beautiful mountains on either side of the Franschhoek Valley as you go down towards the historic town. And that over from Paul Hitchcock, 70 went for 12. It's 71 without loss after 10. And Wales are under the cosh here at the moment from the UAE. Holiday again towards us now. It's in the air, but just one bounce to breeze that backward point, almost a finish wide third man position. You've got Mickey Martin out on the boundary at deep cover, and thank you Naya for that. He's right there in front of the clubhouse. Beautiful mountains in the background as it's holiday again. Rafaela on strike. Holiday this time goes straight through to it is Johan Roberts there, does some very good fielding in the cover. Sorry, I got that wrong. Owen Hopkins does some very good fielding in the covers. Hopkins at that extra cover position. It's Roberts, Johan Roberts in at cover. Got a deep point, got a man at short third man. That's down the leg side, but he won't be able to get any purchase on that at all, and it's fielded by Harris, the wicket-keeper. Adam Hitchcock just throws it straight back to the bowler Holiday, and so far a very good over for Wales. Once again on the spot here, Holiday getting encouragement from his teammates, getting encouragement from the travelling support for Wales, a contingent of about 35 people that have travelled here to South Africa for this Over-40s Cricket World Cup. It's in the air, but it's going to land safe, and Martin on the boundary just will toss it in with that strong arm of his, and that's just a single off the over. An excellent one by Holiday, and he's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 7 so far, and with him bowling, Paul Hitchcock just the 1 over and 12 off it so far, but he's going to be bowling again his left arm over the wicket delivery, so maybe he's going to be coming around the wicket now. Looks like he might have changed his line. No, I think he may be still going to be bowling over the wicket, and he'll be bowling to the captain. Rafaela took a single off that last ball, and the Welsh will be looking to make something happen here as the UAE have moved to 72 without loss after 11 overs. So we're expecting the players to take a drink after 12 overs. Umpires just chatting a bit to them before the toss. It's in the air. That looks like it should be taken. Morris, and he takes it. And it's a great breakthrough there for Wales. Morris takes that one very well at mid-on, and it is the captain. Rafaela Sayed has to go, and his score on 20 then off 25 deliveries or 24 deliveries. 25 deliveries for that 23 boundaries that he scored, and he is dismissed by Paul Hitchcock, and I think now they're actually going to be taking the drinks break, and that's very wise of them to do that. because it is very hot out there, and with that wicket falling on the first ball of the 12th over, first wicket to fall, 72 for the loss of one. A very good opening partnership of 72 by these two batters, but it is the captain, Rafiullah Syed, who has to go, and 20. Sorry, I'm just getting that score again for you. My brain was not switched on, obviously. 20 he got of 25 deliveries with the 3 fours, so 20 of 25. I was getting confused between the balls and the runs. 20 of 25 with 3 boundaries, and the first breakthrough for Wales. He was trying to muscle that one over the man at mid-on, and he got caught by Morris at that mid-on position. And it is drinks. We are going to take a little bit of a drink. I'll be back with you very shortly, and during that time I'm going to see if we can't organise to get somebody else to come and sit and chat with me for some time, get a bit of an extra voice, and give you perhaps some more context in terms of one or both of these teams. Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome back. Sorry about that commentary break. Just trying to organise to get some guest here to give you some more background into either or both of these teams, as well as the club here at Groot Drakenstein. That's a beautiful delivery by Paul Hitchcock, and he's come back into this match now. Have Wales with their tails up after a very, very difficult start, and taking that wicket has been absolutely outstanding. And they then, with Simon Holliday bowling a maiden over, so 4 overs, 0 for 7, with the one maiden by Simon Holliday now, and it's Paul Hitchcock who's bowling to Imran Kazmi, who's the new batter, number 3 on his back, and the dismissal of Rafiullah Syed, the captain, just causing potentially a bit of a slowdown there. That's picked up by the captain, Gareth Edwards, captain of Wales. Gareth Edwards there in the backward square leg region. So the wicket just slowed the run rate slightly, and after 13, 79 for the loss of 1. And Holliday, who I think in terms of the partnership, if you talk about bowling in partnerships, Holliday has, with his slow left armers, the accuracy he's been displaying, only going for those 7 runs in his 4 overs, probably had a lot to do with that false shot from the captain Rafiullah Syed, trying to go over the top and getting caught by Morris at mid-on. And that again in quickly is Gareth Edwards, and as the Welsh team like to say, it's the Gareth Edwards. We always talk about Gareth Edwards, the Gareth Edwards, of course the famous scrum half for Wales and the British and Irish Lions. Gareth Edwards, a legend in rugby, and the legend. Oh, that's very well played down the ground, straight in front of us here, and now producer or scorer driver comes through and tosses it back to Sean Morris, and that's gone through for 4. So that's the second boundary to the number 3 Imran Kazmi. The end of the over from Paul Hitchcock, and it was just that boundary off that over from Hitchcock. So just the 4 runs conceded. It's 83 for the loss of 1 after 4. And it will be Holliday, I'm sure, to continue. He's been outstanding, and this will be the last over of the first power play. 14 gone, 84. It's still batting, in fact now only batting at just under 6 runs to the over. So it is Holliday, 4 overs, 0 for 7. That has put the brakes on the UAE here, and they'll be looking for this wicket of Sudesh Sabana. That's played down to the man at long on, and that's Matthew Smart, who's been doing duty down there at long on, but it is now in fact Nick Morgan who is on the boundary there. Don't see Matthew Smart on the field at the moment, unless he's deep at long off. No, he's not. That is Sean Morris at long off. That's played to the right of the man at mid-wicket. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It doesn't. It is going to be Morgan who comes around and fields, as you saw there, and they're through for 2. So Kazmi just getting that one, which was slightly short from Holliday, down to that long on region for 2. In fact, more sort of a straightish deep mid wicket. And Simon Holliday doing a I don't know if that's called a mock appeal or an appeal to umpire Darryl O'Sullivan, and was not out was the call. 5th ball of his over. He's in, and that's cut. Oh, and just drops short of James Breeze here at shortish. Third man was dropping in front of him, wasn't a catch, just not a catch. And another opening potentially coming for Wales here. Holiday has been parsimonious in the extreme here this morning. And that's outside the off stump. He has a full go, does Kazmi. Can't get it over the cover region. Still do have, for this last over of the first power play, a man out on that deep cover boundary or deep point boundary. Difficult to tell from the angle we're at. We're at ground level with the players. Oh, and again a good delivery and just angled out to Breeze at that short third man position. And another good over from Holiday, his fifth. He's now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 10, Simon Holiday, and that with 1 maiden. And at the other end it is going to be Paul Hitchcock to continue. It is an absolutely beautiful day here in the winelands of the Cape. We're at the Groot Drakenstein Sports Club, and we have beautiful mountains here to the south of us, and more in the sort of Stellenbosch mountain range. And if my daughter was here, she would be able to tell you exactly what these mountains are. She knows them very well. But myself not so well, so we call that the Stellenbosch end. Behind us I think we have the Groot Drakenstein range, and Paul behind us, and so this is the southern end of the ground. So we're at the northern end of the ground, and it'll be Hitchcock. He's going to be bowling to the well set batter Sadish Sabana. Sabana on 52 now of 51 deliveries. He's slowed down a little bit since getting to his 50. I think that really on the back of very good bowling particularly from Simon Holiday, the left arm over the wicket bowler Hitchcock. So 2 left armers operating at the moment, 1 medium pace of Paul Hitchcock and the spin of Simon Holiday. And on the boundary here to our left we have Matthew Smart. Sean Morris still at that shortish mid-on. Oh, he puts it down. And that was really good work in there by Owen Hopkins, but he just couldn't hold on to that one. And that is Sadish Sabana. He's trying to manufacture a boundary from somewhere. Things have started to slow down for the UAE quite considerably. This is a key wicket for the Welsh, one feels. And it's in the air. Will Smart get there? No, he won't. It's going to bounce just in front on the edge of the 30-metre circle. So no real danger in that shot of where it bounced, but you can tell that the batter is getting frustrated now. Hitchcock and Holiday putting on the brakes here for the UAE. So just the single so far off 3 balls in this over. Only 4 of his previous over. Hitchcock, he's into Kazmi. It's just angled into the leg side, and Gareth Edwards will come round from his short, fine leg position, and there's just the single. So 2 off the over so far. Defended back to the bowler. You can hear there probably from Matthew Smart exactly what he's saying. He's right, 1 mistake. They've made 1 already, have the UAE. And just the Welsh looking for something here. That's a good throw in from Mickey Martin in the mid-wicket region, and they're through for a single. So just the 3 off that over from Paul Hitchcock, and he's the man who's got the breakthrough so far, getting the wicket of the captain Rafiullah Syed. And so it is after 16 overs. We're on 88 for the loss of 1. We are into the second power play, and after the first power play, the score was 89 for 1 now it is. Sorry, I did think we got 3 off that previous over. So 86 for 1 after the end of the first 15 overs power play. We're now in the second power play. 4 fielders allowed outside the circle, and it is going to be the captain, Gareth Edwards, who's going to be replacing Simon Holliday at the Stellenbosch end of this ground. So Holliday finishes an excellent spell from him. 5 overs, 0 for 10, and really was some really good bowling from the Welsh left arm spinner. And the first delivery from Gareth Edwards is treated with disdain by Sudesh Sabana and gets dispatched through the cover region, and it's gone for 4. So the first boundary for a while, in fact since the one that Imran Kazmi hit off Paul Hitchcock. It's going to be Edwards again towards us. He's going to want to make sure that the accuracy is there. It's shortish again. It's played out. There is a deep cover in place though now. That's Martin, and they're not going to take 2 to his arm. He tosses that back to the captain. So 5 off the over so far. 94 for the loss of 1. Edwards with his 3rd delivery. It's tucked into the leg side, and Adam Hitchcock's round quickly to field from his position just at forward square next to the umpire. Umpire Chris Ruiz standing at the northern end, and in fact he's just backward a square, apologies. Another good delivery from him, and that's in quickly, and they do knock the stumps over, but Chris Ruiz is not going to have a decision to make there. Well in was the batter Sudesh Sabana, and they trot through for the single. 6 off the over. Oh, tries to play that one outside the off stump into the cover region. It's against the spin that Edwards is getting. He's a orthodox finger spinner, right arm off break bowler. He pivots beautifully around on his front foot and his left leg as he comes through and bowls that one, and much better finish to the over by the captain. It goes for 6 after conceding a boundary off the first ball. 95 for 1 are the UAE after 17, and it's the first over finished now for Gareth Edwards. As I say, the 6 off that. Paul Hitchcock going to be continuing the attack. He's into his 5th over now, and he has conceded so far in those 5 overs, conceded 26 runs, and he's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far. The captain, Rafiullah Syed, 20 off 25 deliveries, and that's a good delivery to the new batter. So the new batter has been in now for a few overs. In fact, with that wicket falling exactly 5 overs ago, with the score on, sorry, 6 overs ago. The first ball of the 13th over it was, sorry, the 12th over, I apologise. First ball of the 12th over that wicket fell, and since then certainly the run rate has declined significantly for the UAE. So at that point, after 12 overs, 79, and now moved on only to 95 for 1, so 16 off 6 overs, as That's a bit in the area, and that's down to the mat at backward point, but unfortunately for Wales, not able to make the stop, just fumbled slightly and not able to prevent the single. So score moves on to 96 for 1, and very pleased to welcome here to our commentary Richard von Husslen. Very good to have you with us, Richard.
It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to see a world over-40s game being played on this ground.
It's absolutely beautiful ground here in Drakenstein. You've been associated with the ground for many, many years.
That's right. I became a member in 1978,
Right.
which means that I've been a member for many, many years.
Yeah.
And I've played a lot of cricket on this field. So I've seen how the field has developed and changed over the years.
It's such a beautiful setting you have here. And part of the is an estate associated with it, the Drakenstein estate?
No, this club, the land was donated to it in 1922.
Wow.
But only officially could it go through in the year 2000
Okay.
because of laws associated with sponsorships and donations. But cricket was first played here in about 1926 when the turf wicket was laid, and that we found out has become the first turf wicket in South Africa.
My goodness, that's incredible.
It is, yes, it is incredible. St George's in Port Elizabeth try to claim it, but they've got no proof. We have proof in our minutes.
Okay.
When we laid it, when the horse and the plough was pulled out and the grass was then planted. Because most cricket before then was played on mats or on gravel.
Yes.
So, and that's what the club did. The club was founded in 1895, and only until the year 1922 did they start doing something here.
Right.
So,
amazing history then for the club here.
Yes,
and
there's a lot of interesting players that have played on this field. During my time, people like Jacques Callis has played here, and Herschel Gibbs, amongst others.
Yes. Of course, you have a cricket luminary from South Africa that is involved with the club.
Yes, he's just joined us as manager of the club, Daryl Cullinan.
Yeah, wonderful.
So yes, cricket is something very important to us, but we've only played what we call friendly cricket here, and we inherited that from the from the English who play it in the southern part of England.
Yes.
Where people have the opportunity to play cricket, who love cricket.
Yes.
Don't have to play every weekend and don't have to practice.
Yes.
But they come and play, and there are many teams that stretch, through the peninsula, through to Hermanus, all the way around to Coburg. So there are a lot of teams that we can play. We play every weekend during the summer.
That's absolutely wonderful. It's such a beautiful setting for cricket. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful parts of the countryside here in the Western Cape. Certainly, I mean, in this valley between Paarl and Franschhoek, it's such a beautiful part of the country.
Well, we have that advantage of being in what is called the winelands, and there's a good reason for that. There's a lot of very good wine produced between Stellenbosch and Paarl and Franschhoek.
Yes.
Which is to a large extent the wine triangle.
Yes.
And in this area we have these wonderful mountains, and I can boast having climbed some of them to the top, which gives an incredible view of this whole area right down to the bottom of the peninsula, all the way up the west coast. Yes, the mountains are spectacular here.
So just to just interject there, Richard, just the score going to 100 for the loss of 1, and that 100 coming up after 19 overs, so exactly 19 overs, and the scoring rate then having really slowed quite significantly with the first 50 coming off 7 overs, so 12 overs for the next 50, so batting at just over 5 and over at the moment are the UAE, as we have a change of bowling from the northern end of the ground. Do you have a you have names for the ends of the grounds here, Richard?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Names at the end of the ground, but you know that is the R45 on that
Yes,
side, so
yes.
that's how we define that.
Yes.
And this side is what is now called the Solms Delta side.
All right.
Although this property was part of the Delta farm,
Okay.
owned by Harry Pixton, who was brought out to manage Cecil John Rhodes's farms.
Wow. Okay.
He had studied in America. He studied fruit in America, and he came out to study. And the farms name were called Rhodes Fruit Farms,
Okay.
for good reason.
Yes.
And he himself then started buying farms himself, Harry Pixton, and this is the Delta farm, part of the Delta farm,
Okay.
which he donated to the club.
Oh wow.
He found that this piece here must have been a very big and wide river at some stage, because the ground is covered in boulders underneath it,
Oh.
and
Okay.
and not very good for anything farming.
Okay.
Vines, fruit, possibly sheep could have been put on here to graze, but he was into the fruit game.
Yes, that's fascinating. I mean, there is so much history here in the Cape, and always good to hear the stories of how grounds like this, which are such an important part, as you say, of not just the cricketing history or cricketing legend of South Africa, but also of the communities in their areas, which is absolutely fantastic. So,
right. Well, if you take into account that this is the area, this valley is the area that the Huguenots were settled in
yes,
1688.
that's right. Yeah.
There were 22,
Yeah.
220, sorry,
Yeah.
Huguenots that were settled in this valley. So you will find, first of all, French names.
Yes.
And the Huguenots weren't only French, so we do have the odd Italian name and also German in the valley. So they had a huge influence on this valley. Not only that, they brought with them their strengths, which was winemaking
Yes, absolutely.
and food.
Yeah.
And Franschhoek, which has become the gourmet capital of South Africa, definitely has the most wonderful restaurants.
It is a absolutely beautiful part, as you say, of the country, and those of you that are interested in wine and cuisine, certainly this is the part of the country to come to. Some famous estate names, as I was driving through this morning from Somerset West through Stellenbosch and on what we road called the R310 or Helshoogte Road.
That's right.
And I must tell you, it was actually very funny, because the my satellite or navigation, the lady there calling it Hellshoe GTE Road.
That's right. We all laugh
I
at
thought it
that.
was very good. Yeah, we all laugh at that. So just at Helshoogte Road, the R310, a beautiful drive through the mountains, and then this R45, as Richard was saying, through between Paarl and Franschhoek, and beyond that then I think goes up and over the Franschhoek Pass,
That's right.
which is beautiful, down towards the also picturesque part of the the Western Cape, Villiersdorp, and the Theewaterskloof Dam, the main storage dam for South Africa in this area, Western Cape should I say. And Gareth Edwards will continue. A score at the end of the over from the first over from Sean Morris is 108 for the loss of 1. Morris conceding 8 in that over, and Wales will be wanting to tighten this up to make sure that they can restrict the UAE for, if they can, for perhaps less than 200. A lot depends on this man at the other end, number 2, Sudesh Sabana, who is currently on 69 of 73 deliveries. It is really wonderful to be here, and I'm looking forward. I'm back again here on a Sunday. The next another match, this time Division B match between Zimbabwe and Australia, which is going to be quite interesting. Australia will be doing exceptionally well in Division B, and New Zealand and South Africa currently the front runners in Division A, and that's in the air, but I don't think the man at long on's going to get there. He's not. So another single to Kazmi. And you've been playing cricket here yourself, Richard?
Yes, I played a lot of cricket here. I've represented the club on numerous occasions, and not only here, but we went on tour approximately 6 times to different parts of the world. In Golden Oldies Festival cricket, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I landed up going to New Zealand twice, Australia, Canada, and then Sri Lanka. Besides playing twice in South Africa, the festival. So yes, we were able to get away. I also represented the club when we went and played in the UK.
Wonderful.
So I've had some, great opportunities.
Fantastic memories, I'm sure.
Yes.
I mean, having been a club member here for now, 46 years, that really is a wonderful tenure that you've had here at the club, and it's wonderful to have these historic institutions here in the Cape. Massive cricketing history in the Cape area, and those of you that might be in and around Newlands as well, if you're going to Newlands Cricket Ground, they really have done a wonderful job. Former CEO of Western Province Cricket, Professor Andre Ordendal, has put together a beautiful history of cricket in the Western Cape, and certainly these grounds like these and clubs like these form a massive part of that history, as well as history that many people don't know of the incredible development of cricket on the Cape Flats, and how that has certainly shaped our cricket here in the Western Cape as it currently is. And Sean Morris is going to continue with his left arm around the wicket to Imran Kazmi, but say it's just a lovely part of the country, and you must have seen over the years just in this area a huge amount of development.
Well, I arrived here when the road that went up to Franschhoek was a narrow little road. Franschhoek was a little dusty town.
Yeah.
Nobody went there for any other reason than maybe to go to one of the hotels for scones and tea.
Right.
There was, to a large extent, no wine being produced in this area. And the introduction to the whole tourism scene has brought people into this valley.
Yes.
It's just grown to the extent that it's Franschhoek, which is the top of the valley, and you can see by the number of cars going past all the time. It has landed up in Time magazine's top 50 destinations of the world.
Wonderful.
Only South African and African destination to get into the top 50, and has acquired a number of accolades, which tends to upset the municipal council that is in charge of the area, because they are situated in Stellenbosch.
Yes.
But it has developed dramatically, and a lot of it has to do with new money coming in,
Yes.
and taking hold of these farms and doing them correctly. If we think of Boschendal,
Yes.
I think of Lamotte,
Yeah.
and I think of many others that you have through the valley. What they look like now and what they look like then is like chalk and cheese.
Yes.
And they are something to be proud of. Really good farms, farming them well. A lot of them are boutique wineries, which I don't think make a lot of money,
No.
but they're there and they've been done properly by the owners.
Yes, and they contribute massively, as you say, to just the development and just the well-being of the entire area. And I mean, it's the amount of jobs that get created, it's the infrastructure that gets built here, and it still maintains that wonderful country feel, doesn't it? It
does.
You come out here and immediately with the mountains there, just to me it's just a beautiful part of the country. You just can take this big deep breath in with the clean mountain air, and you just it's really it is almost like a breath of fresh air. That's played nicely through the mid-wicket region. 117 for the loss of one, just the 6 off that last over, which was a 6 from Imran Kazi. Richard. Yeah.
I was going to say that one of my visits to the United States, I went to California,
Yes.
And everybody said I had to go and see the Napa Valley,
Yes.
which I did go and to see, and yes, I thoroughly enjoyed it. But it cannot be compared with this valley. It doesn't have the mountains that this valley has. It doesn't have the kind of wines and wineries that we experience here. And without being unkind, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was very similar. It had one road going right through it and over the other side.
Okay.
We've got one road going right through the valley, and it goes over the pass to the other side. So yes, it's very similar, and it's to a large extent a wine growing area. But I found it very difficult to compare it, and I have to, bite my tongue and not to be too arrogant about it.
Well, I mean, it's. I think it's really, celebrating what we have is a wonderful thing to do. And I mean, in South Africa we have some incredible tourist destinations here, Western Cape in particular. That's beautifully played here by Sudesh Sabana. It's his first maximum. The previous over, we saw the left arm spin of Morris being hit out of the ground by Imran Kazmi. This time it's Sudesh Sabana who plays that ball over the cover region for 6. That's his first maximum. He moves to 77. The score is now on 125 for loss of 1. And they're going particularly well here. Are the UAE at the moment, Richard?
Yes, it looks wonderful. I'm actually very surprised how well the UAE is playing. But yes, and that's good. It's very healthy for cricket throughout the country, the world. And
second drinks break that we're going to have. Now we'll score 125 for 1. We're still chatting here. I know that you have to leave us shortly, Richard.
That's right.
Which is been an absolute privilege to have you.
I was going to mention the fact that one of my sins was to become chairman of the Tourist Association in the mid-90s. Now, tourism only became an organized set-up in 1990. When I became a founder member of the Tourist Association, not because I was in tourism, it's because I was in agriculture, and I knew all the farmers who didn't like the idea of somebody coming in, flicking left, turning right, travelling at snail's pace when they're trying to get their fruit to the pack shed and the winery. And we put a business plan together, which then was taken on by the municipality. And if I look at that business plan today, I say to myself, well done. It mirrors what has happened here. Yeah, some things have happened that we don't like, but one of the most recent things that has happened is the tram, the wine tram.
Yes.
Well, we said that the railway system needs to be used for tourism purposes, and there's a need for this. Now, yes, there are some problems with using the whole railway line, but it is being used, and it's being used for that, and
it's a massive success. The tram.
Incredibly good success.
I mean, I think I don't know if you can even find a seat on it. It's so well booked up in advance. I think
that's right.
But,
if you want one, you're going to have to do it in the winter, and the best of the locals come in the winter.
Yes.
It's a lovely time to be here, but doing it during the summer could be very difficult. I see. I live in a road where the tram goes right past me, and I'll see it full going past me up to the wineries that are above where I live. And then I can hear it coming all the way back. Everybody singing away. You can tell they've enjoyed a bit of wine up there.
Absolutely wonderful. And what better way to enjoy the wine and the wineries, the wine that's produced in this region, than to have that trip on the tram. You don't have to be driving anywhere. You can just take it easy, get back to your original destination. You probably can then organize your taxi to take you back to wherever you need to be, and it's just a fantastic day out. So real shout out to both the Groot Drakenstein Sports Club, and Richard here sitting next to me has a polo shirt on, talking about celebrating 125 years of the club. And so that would have been about 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
That happened, with the club being founded in 1895, and as he's been mentioning, such a rich history, and we look forward to being here the rest of today, and we'll certainly be back on Sunday with Australia versus Zimbabwe, and hopefully, Richard, if you are here, you can come and chat to us again then. We really
I'll do
appreciate
that.
you being with us, and thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure.
Thank
Lovely
you
to
so
be
much.
here.
Thank
And
you.
good luck.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
I'll do so.
So players are getting back onto the field after the drinks break. Really lovely to chat there to Richard van Herselen, who is the long-standing member here at the Groot Drakenstein Sports Club. Since 1978, the club itself in existence now for 129 years, and as Richard was saying, the first grass pitch in South Africa, verified as the first grass pitch in South Africa, and is a beautiful venue here. And once again, talking about some of the legends of South African cricket that have either played here, or as we heard, Daryl Cullinan, now the manager here at the club here at Groot Drakenstein Golf Club. And said hello earlier on to Daryl. He was busy trying to organise everything for us for this day, and it really has been so far an outstanding morning that we've had here, as it's been an outstanding morning as well for the UAE, and it is the number 3 with number 3 on his back, Imran Kazmi, who is batting at the moment, and he is currently on 24. Hit the 1-6, and he's hit 2 4s, and it is with him Sudesh Sabana, who with a 6 in the previous over, he's gone to 77. That is good bowling from Morris. Morris now into his 3rd over, 0 for 14. So this one so far, no runs off. This first over went for 8, second over for 6. And this once again defended down to the man at mid-off, Simon Holliday. Holliday, who earlier on today put the brakes on the UAE as they really got off to an absolute flyer, batting at 7 and over after the first 10, 71 without loss, and it was the breakthrough made in fact by his partner at the other end, Paul Hitchcott, that got to the situation where they went from 72 for 1 and now 125 for 1. A little bit of acceleration in the last few overs, but those 6 overs after the wicket only going for 16 runs, some outstanding bowling from those two. And it's going to be captain Gareth Edwards, and Edwards is now coming in to bowl his 5th over. He's gone for 0 for 19 so far. It's Edwards towards us now, and just off the maybe off the pad. No, let's wait for umpire Daryl O'Sullivan from Australia, and he does not see us. That's off the bat. So yet another single to Sudesh Sabana takes him to 78, and that's fielded by the left-handed Holliday. That was a maiden over the previous over from Sean Morris. That's in the air, but it's straight down the ground, straight to the man at long on, and they just take the single. Kazmi is the one that played that, and Edwards has just been reasonably economical so far into now his 5th over. Just 5 runs and over coming off his bowling. So 2 so far off this over. It's in the air. Oh, and it's just to the right of the man at backward point. That's I think that's James Breeze at backward point, or almost a short third man, and it's number 2 on the Roberts there, Johan Roberts, that comes around and fields. And here's James Breeze, who just couldn't quite get across to take that catch. So 2 there, 2. Oh, once again just beaten outside the off stump, and it's the spinners here that are doing the job at the moment for the Welsh, as Gareth Edwards finishes his 5th over, and he's now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 23. So just the 4 off that last over, 129 for the loss of 1, and it is the UAE currently batting at a rate of just under 5.2 runs to the over, and 5.16 if I want to be exact. I think that's don't know if you've got the numbers there. Right, okay. That's what my mental calculation told me. So it's going to be Morris once again from the Solms Delta Farm end of the ground, the R45 to the south, as Richard was telling us. So northern end of the ground. That's just down the leg side, and will be signalled wide. It's the first wide that Morris has conceded, and the Welsh have been exceptionally disciplined so far from that point of view. I make it probably, is that the 2nd or the 3rd wide they've bowled? I think it's the 3rd wide, and that's played out to the man at deep mid-wicket. Partnership here between these two. Sorry, I missed that while we were chatting with Richard van Herselen. Has already exceeded 50. The partnership now with that single is moved into, okay, so it's been 4 wides so far in the innings. Thank you very much to my scorer here. Morris, that's a much faster delivery from Morris, and Sudesh just playing it out into the offside. Another very good delivery. Not giving these two much to hit, and you just sense that they're going to try and just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Partnership so far. I think it's, he's bowled him! He's bowled him, and that is a big wicket for the Welsh. And you had to say that the pressure was on. The run rate just started coming down, and that is a brilliant delivery from Morris. It just pitched, and it was a little bit faster, angled in to the leg stump, straightened, and trying to play it into the offside when it was moved away. Did Sudesh Sabana, and that's a huge wicket. Just clipped the leg stump, and Morris takes the wicket that they were looking for, the Welsh, and it is now the UAE who have gone to, is that 130 or 131 for the loss of 2? We'll have a look now and let you know, but the wicket of Sudesh Sabana, as you see him going back to the dugout, and that is an outstanding performance from him. 80 scored of 85 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. So 80 of 85 balls and 12 fours and 1 6. What an outstanding innings once again from this man. He has taken his tally in the tournament so far in 4 innings to 275. That is incredible stuff from Sudesh Sabana, one of the top batters in this division, most definitely, and unlucky not to get 100 in the match against India. This time here against the Welsh, he has not managed again to get through to that 100. Perhaps unfortunate for him, but for the Welsh, that's a timely great breakthrough, as Peter Bayer looks like comes to the crease, number 13 on his back, just to confirm that for you. From what I was seeing as he walked to the crease. Maybe wrong. Maybe I've got the wrong player here. No, I don't think that's. Maybe is that, or isn't it Bayer? Let's just see. So it's going to be Morris to continue the attack, and then gets to Bayer, and he gets the edge, and it just goes into the gloves of Harris and goes down. That's a difficult chance that was for Neil Harris. And it is Morris once again, and that just played into the leg side by the new batter, and now I'll be able to tell you who that is. Sorry, it is Hari. So it's Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, who is in there, number 10. Is it on his back? Just trying. No, number 19. It is. Don't know who that is. Just want to check the team sheet here for you, just to see exactly who it is at bat. Number 19. Could be Zar Khan or potentially Biju Pillay. Let's just have a look and see who this is. I don't actually have a number 19 on the shirt list that we were given. I think this is actually Hari Krishnan Sasidaran. Got Hari on his back. It's the only name that possibly can make sense, and he's facing Edwards this time. So at the end of that over from Sean Morris, a successful one. So we've lost that camera. Yeah, we just trying to get. Okay, we're back again with you. We'll just get the scores coming through now for you. It is Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, number 19 on his back, who has come to the crease. Got Hari on his back. It's Imran Kazmi who is on strike at the moment, number 3. Gareth Edwards, and in that previous over from Sean Morris, the wicket of the dangerous Sudesh Sabana, that wicket falling, I think, on 126. So a very good partnership of 130. Very good partnership between him and Imran Kazmi. So at the moment, having lost the power, we don't have a scorecard for you. Trying to see there on the I'll have a look now at the scorecard over there, scoreboard on the far side. 132 for 2 now it is, into the 22nd over, into the 27th over, and just trying to get more information for you. That's played nicely by Kazmi into the offside for a single. And we'll be looking at least you'll be able to see the pictures here, and I'll try and update you with what the score is. I won't be able to give you the batter scores at the moment, or necessarily the I will try and keep check on the bowling figures. That over from Morris, the previous over when he took the wicket of Sudesh bowled, only went for the 3 runs, and it was 130 for loss of 2. A 58-run partnership between himself and Imran Kazmi, and it was I think the second ball of the 26th over that wicket fell, and it is now 134 for the loss of 2, just 2 off that Gareth Edwards over, as it's Morris once again, this one down the leg side, and concedes another wide. 134 for the loss of 2. And I think you can still... that's just tickled down the leg side, but they're not going to take a single Gareth Edwards around from his position at shortish fine leg. Edwards now into his 6th over. So Edwards has finished his 6th over, should I say. He's actually finished his 7th over. Apologies for that, Gareth Edwards. And these two have certainly managed to peg it back. In the air, and there is a catch, and he takes it, does Matthew Smart here on the boundary to our right, and that is the end of the very dangerous Imran Kazi. And Kazi is gone, and we're not quite sure what he did score, but that is a huge wicket for Wales, coming on the back of the wicket not that long ago. In fact, just in the previous over from Sean Morris, and Morris now has taken 2 catches, 2 wickets should I say, and that is the dangerous Imran Kazimi, who is gone, caught by Smart, bowled by Morris, and we don't have his score unfortunately in the midst of the this power outage, but we will endeavour to bring that to you when we do have that score. I'll try and get a scorecard from the scorers that we may be able to get that for you now, and just we'll be doing that while I am talking to you. But Morris, Edwards and Holiday, as well as Paul Hitchcock, have put the brakes on the UAE here, and it is in the 28th over. It is the 3rd wicket down for the UAE as they just stutter slightly here. Trying to get the score back with you. You should still have pictures for us. We should still have pictures coming through, but at this stage we don't have the scorecard for you. And the new batter at the crease for the UAE, just want to try and get his details. It is Peter Bayer now that has come to the crease at number 5, and he's joined his partner Hari Krishnan Sasidaran with Hari on his back, and Peter Bayer now, number 13, is coming in, and he's in at number 5. It is for the UAE, and he's got his cap on, and I'm going to try and get information, and perhaps can give you some more information, but it's Paul Hitchcock who does the field in the end of the over, and another successful one for Morris. And now just as they will change the score there for us, 135 for 3 it is after 28 overs. 135 for the loss of 3. That's 1 run off that over only from Morris, and I think that might have been a wide, so he's taken another wicket, and he really has been outstanding for his team here, has Sean Morris. Just trying to work out if the number of overs that I have that have been bowled is correct. I have 10, 20, 28 overs bowled, which I think is the correct amount of overs bowled, and it is going to be our scorer who's now just got back up and running. I think we're going to be trying to get the scorecard back, and just to re-enter some of those numbers, and it is going to be Hari Krishnan Sudisaran, who is Sasidaran, sorry, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran. We'll just call him Hari, who is going to be facing up to a change of bowler. Gareth Edwards, sorry, batsman. This guy, this end is Sasidaran. Hurry. So change of bowler. It's going to be Owen Hopkins coming back for his second spell. His first spell went for 27 off 4 overs, with no wickets, and that's very well fielded there at backward point or by James Breese, and there is no run. So 2 new batters at the crease, and both of them I believe yet to get off the mark. Imran Kazmi, the last man to go. It was actually a no ball. Looks like a free hit here. Just missed that no ball there from Hopkins. So 136 for the loss of 3. 2 quick wickets there for the Welsh. It's in the air, but it's going to land well over the rope, and it's gone over the head of Nick Morgan, and it is a 6 for the new batter, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, and Hari gets that first 6. And we'll pick up on Imran Kazmi's numbers when we do have them, once we have those final numbers for you, and we've updated the score card here. But just so you are aware, at the moment is 142 now for the loss of 3. Hopkins, that's just played to the right of Breeze at backward point. There is a single on offer easily, and it is now Pete Bayers, number 10 on his back. We didn't have that number on. I think we've had a couple of number changes to the published numbers that we were given. He's got Pit Bay on the back of his shirt. Very Welsh bowlers are going to want to keep it as tight as possible now. They've got the breakthrough. There's still 17 overs left, and that's in the air, and it just drops it. It just, how is heartbreaking for the Welsh there. James Breese diving forward and looked like he was going to take that catch, and it just bobbles out of his hands, and that is pretty desperate for them there. Just a single it was then to Bayers as he gets off the mark. Outside the off stump, good delivery. Hari is chasing that one outside the off stump, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, and it is a no run. So a couple of chances there in that backward point region, perhaps, that have gone down. We'll continue to bring you the visuals. We're just trying to get our main camera up with the scorecard on and update the scorecard. So we just bear with us. We've had a few challenges from a power point of view, and that's played out to the man at deep cover. That's Johan Roberts, and they're through for a single. It's the end of the over from Owain Hopkins, back for his second spell, and it has been an expensive over from him. So chance went down in that over by James Brees at backward point, probably the best fielder in the Welsh team. Very, very quick across the ground. It is now 145 for the loss of 3. So 10 off the over from Hopkins, and the Welsh will not be happy about that, as they're seeking to continue the pressure, and it'll be Sean Morris to continue with the pressure that he's been building from the Solms Delta Farm end of the ground towards the R45 end. That's down the leg side, and that'll also be signalled a wide. That's his, my calculation, is 3rd wide. Just you see at the bottom of your screen, just reminders of forthcoming events and our sponsors. It's a good delivery from Morris, and it's a quick run, very good run as Hitchcock picks up at mid-wicket. That's Paul Hitchcock, one of 2 Hitchcocks in this team, his brother Adam as well, and Father Brian Hitchcock with us for the 2nd year running. He was the scorer for the Over-40s for the Welsh team last year, and he's now scoring here for the Over-40s, and that's down to long off. They just trot through for the single as Matthew Smart does the fielding, and Matthew Smart it took a very good catch in the previous over from Sean Morris to get the wicket of Imran Kazmi, who's looking exceptionally dangerous. That's a little bit short this time from Morris, but no danger there as it's fielded by Hopkins in the covers, and umpire Darryl O'Sullivan, sorry, not Darryl O'Sullivan, umpire Chris Roos, should I say, just losing the hat there off his clip, I think, that he's got. And that's just off I think it might have been an edge. It looked like it was bat from here, just past the gloves of, was bat indeed, nothing signalled by Chris Roos, so maybe a chance there, although nobody, not too much excitement from the Welsh, but certainly had that stuck in Neil Harris's gloves, there would have been a huge shout, and no doubt Chris Roos would have given that out, and so it is Hari Krishnan, Sasiran and Pete Bayers here who need to continue the great work done by their opening 3 batters, and that's on the pads and just angled down to the man at backward square. That's Johan Roberts, and they're through for another single. So the end of the 30th over, another one that has been a good over from Sean Morris, and at the end of 30, just waiting for the update to the score. It might well be the 150 that's up for the UAE with that single. In fact, I think it is, as we get all change here on the scoreboard. 150 at the end of exactly 35 overs, the end of the 2nd power play. We have umpire Darryl O'Sullivan signalling that we're at the end of the 2nd power play, and it's 150 for 3, so it makes it easy for us. It's the 150 coming up, 150 for 3 exactly after 30 overs, and that's in the air. It's over the man at mid-on, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. He's picked his spot there, has Pete Bayers, and he gets his first boundary with that one over the infield at mid-on, and there's nothing that Paul Hitchcock can do about that. It's Owen Hopkins once again who's bowling from the R45 end, Stellenbosch end of the ground here, southern end of the ground. Cars and trucks continuing to go past here all the time. That's well bowled, well played, and it is Hari Krishnan who's come down the wicket very quickly, but gets back before Gareth Edwards can even think about throwing the stumps down. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast on the SuperSport YouTube channel, also on the Pitch Vision YouTube channel. Really is a pleasure to be bringing it to you from wherever you may be viewing throughout the world. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me here the Pitch Vision production team. We have producer Nkululeko, scorer Trevor, and our cameraman Neo. At the moment we're just experiencing some difficulties in terms of the feed, just in terms of the cameras and the feed based on at the ground, and we just had to make some adjustments. So it's still, we just wanted to make sure that and it is going to be left arm orthodox spinner Simon Holliday, and that is outside the off stump, play straight. Very good, given a his first, and it is hit a lot straighter, squarer should I say. Happy as that is 3 be the new batter facing. I just want to see, it looks the last numbers I could see in his back. Harry in the wicket in of the line. Hopkins is going to be continuing the attack. Sorry, that was Holliday. I've got to get to the wrong person. Holliday taking that wicket was really outstanding stuff from him. It deep mid wicket. Edwards not able to get there to that one. Holliday picking up his first off the over so far. One straight, but it looked like it was perhaps. Bayer is on strike yet again. He's got 2 boundaries off this over so far, both those deliveries of, and they someone over ahead. Okay, single. So previous over that he bowled 1 for 4, he got Holliday his first wicket, and then 8 off the Hopkins over 160 over the stumps, and it's been down towards and Harris is not going to get there. That Bayer trying to play that. That is the end of the 34th over. Deep backward square, and be successful today. Bowling at the moment but we haven't seen a left-handed batter yet for the UAE. All of the batters so far today have been right-handed batters. We're coming to you here from Drakenstein Sports Club, beautiful venue in the heart of the winelands between Paarl and Franschhoek here in the Western Cape. After 35 overs, it didn't quite go. The call to really go for these runs now, as the UAE after 35 overs, the UAE after 35 overs, and he doesn't. If this was the Betway SA20, he would have been trying to take that catch with one hand to win his share of 2 million, but it isn't. It's the Over-40s World Cup. There's nothing on offer for anybody taking a catch over the boundary, but second 6 of the over. Holliday just pitching a little bit too short. Going to want to maybe get that one up over the eye line. Short again, and again it's played. There's been carnage in this over. He's just too able to pick his picket, and I think he does have it now. No, at all. Yeah, it is Mickey Martin out on the boundary there. Simon Holliday has the ball back in his hand now. He's going to be coming in, going away from us, outside the off stump, and nothing to report. Pit Bayer looking for the wall, and it has taken 3 6s in that over. Sure, we are only giving 12 runs off the over on the scoreboard, but we'll get back to that a bit later, don't worry. 36 overs gone. I've put on 38 for the 5th wicket, and it's come very quickly in the last couple of overs, as they're just trying to find it. They're going to row to or adjacent. There on that side is may just flick it back. What a great chase that was down here to the big man from Pit Bayer, and he is making hay, and taken for the 4th wicket, I believe, for this and that one is just trying to play that one into the leg side for yet another boundary, but he's not able to. This now this is the highest bowling at this end. Simon Holiday for medium bowling of Paul Hitchcott, and he'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Rajit Nair. There are 7 overs, is it? 8 overs, sorry, 8 overs left in the innings. 37-9 for the loss of 4 balls, 4 fours, and that's in the edge again from him, just made on anything that's short. Try and get the numbers. Bayer and Ranjit now live. He's coming back for the second, and they should make it easy. But that was outstanding fielding here from James Breeze, running quickly round to his right, and a great pick-up and throw in. And at the end of the over from Hitchcott, and that is now the end of 38 overs. This time the left arm spin of looks like Sean Morris coming on for his second spell, but this time from the R4 for Morris with the one maiden. He really has been bowling outstandingly well, and Bayer is going to want to try and hit him out of the ground here. And a strike rate of 165 for Pitt Bayer. It's a brilliant batter. Don't want the run, which is why he's now bowled. But it's a free hit, difficult, and absolutely for batting now. Looks like it's going to be 7 overs. Thought it was looking for it in the air, couldn't see it. Long dot balls and singles now. Overs and 1 ball. Overs and 1 ball. Of the track it back 5. Track it back 5, and is actually going near as 2 cons in this lineup now. Mid-wicket, and it is Rehan Khan indeed. Number 7 mid-wicket, and it is Rehan Khan indeed. Number 73 on his back, and he's come in at number 7. Rehan Khan, 4th over. He pad on the legs. Morgan coming around, buzzing to gone miles, and it's well taken. No, it isn't. Unfortunately, in the crowd there, just not able to take the catch in front of the pavilion, or the clubhouse, should I say, and that is another 6. Rehan Khan has come in, and he's hit 2 sixes already. Gets 4. Okay, so he must have hit it off just the 0.8 for Pete Bayer, and with that single, Bayer has lost the strike. So 15 off the over, because Ranjit Nair went off deep back. It's inches there to 7th, 3 overs left in the innings, and I think maybe they that's in the field that they are going to struggle to find that, and they have been called back. There is really no that's just the end of Morris's 9, and just a little bit of man from the north of Wales, comes from the Colwyn Bay Club, plays in the Liverpool and District, over the mid-wicket region, retired. Straight and takes the 23 of just 11 delivered. That is a very good catch, that one, after that 5th wicket of 5, and he's gone trying to, and he does deserve that, as he brutally hot, and it is the wicket then of Roshan Khan, and new man coming to the crease. Batter now coming in. Take card is also for 8. Vijay Mehra, I think they took a single off Sports Club, with the UAE having decided to bat first, scoring 300. Welcome back to the beautiful Groot Drakenstein Sports Club, where we are about to see the innings of the Welsh team. Wales chasing 306 for victory here against the UAE. UAE earlier on today getting a massive 305 for the loss of 7, which really was an outstanding performance from them. 80 from Sudesh Sabana, and then exactly 100 by Peter Bayer, getting to that score. An incredible innings from him in I think it was just over 60 deliveries, and he hit 7 or 8 sixes and equal number of 4s, and just incredible innings from the South African in the UAE team. But let's focus our attention on Wales now, as it's Bassett Fazy from the UAE who's going to be bowling from the southern end of the ground, the R45 end. The traffic coming from that end. Load shedding here is a thing of the past, and that was causing us a few challenges earlier on. We hope that you are enjoying this broadcast, as it's Fazy is going to be right arm over the wicket to Holiday, and that's played into the deep, and they're underway straight away, are Wales, with that single down to the man at deep square leg. That's Roshan Khan, I think it is, number 39 on his back. Let me just make sure I've got that right. It is Roshan Khan. And for the right-handed Morris, we have got so no slips in place. They've been defensive from the word go here on what is has been a good batting track. We have got, I'll tell you after this delivery. It's a ring field on the offside. There's a short third man. There's a cover, extra cover. There's a backward point. There's a cover, extra cover, and a man at a deepish mid-off. There's a long on as a mid-wicket, a man at deep backward square, a deep square leg, should I say. He's more forward of square, and a man at short 45. Kazmi, and the man he scored earlier on a very good 27 from him when Wales were getting back into the game. It's Fazy with his third delivery, just the one off his bowling so far, and that's just fielded by the bowler, number 17, Bassett Fazy. Didn't see him in the batting lineup today. Earlier on it was, as I said, Sudesh Zarkhan. Sorry, Zarkhan it is, number 17. Do apologise for that. That's nicely played by Holiday down the leg side. It's going to be the first boundary for the Welsh, and it's angled down the leg side, and he takes the 4 there, does Holiday, and moves his score also to 5. Yes, and that's a good way for the Welsh to start. The ball retrieved there by Roshan. It is Zarkhan who's bowling. Apologies for that. Just early on, Zarkhan who didn't BJ Mera. Zarkhan not coming in to bat for them. That's also played. Sorry, it was Morris that got that 4. I do apologise. Played nicely down the ground by Morris. Morris, a man who in the Liverpool and District League has scored over 14,000 runs in his career, and has been a real mainstay, is a mainstay in this Welsh batting lineup. Batted well in the previous game for Wales, and they certainly will be looking to him to do well in this innings for them. It's good fielding there by Roshan Khan. Number 39 at backward point, well fielded, and it's the end of the first over, and it's 6 without loss. Just the 2 singles and a boundary for Welsh in that over, so off to a reasonable start, Wales, in pursuit of this 306. And it was some brutal hitting towards the end of the innings when the UAE scored at 10 and over for the last 15 overs in the final power play, propelled by that innings from Peter Bayer. And we'll get his numbers for you shortly. I have got them here, just to have a look. So 158 deliveries it was for him, and really outstanding stuff from the South African, playing in the colours of the UAE. As from this end now we have right, we got number 8. Biju Pillay. It is Biju Pillay. It's coming on from the side. Biju on his back, and number 8, and he's their nominated 12th man for this particular match, as Simon Holliday is also the one for Wales, and Holliday is at this stage at the non-striker's end. On strike at the moment we have Sean Morris. Just having a look at Biju first up. Oh, Morris trying to just angle that one down at the offside. There is no third man. It's a short third man, a backward point man at cover. That backward point now just dropping down onto the boundary at more at a deep point. There's going to be a backward point, going to be an extra a cover, an extra cover, a long off, a long on. Just plays inside the line of that one, does Morris. Just having a look early on. Got man short at 45 on the leg side, fine leg, and then you got a man just forward of square inside the circle. 3 players allowed outside the ring for the first 45. That's nicely played by Morris, but straight to that man at that short third man position. That's a maiden over from Outloss. Just to go back to that innings for the UAE. So Pete Bayer, who came in at number 5, getting exactly 100 of 58 balls, and that coming with 7 4s and 8 6s. And he and together with Ranjit Nair retiring hurt with a score on 23 of 19 deliveries with 3 4s, and it was Peter Bayer with Ranjit Nair, and further down the order both with Rehan Khan scoring a quick-fire 23 off 11. That's going to be maybe signalled wide. Now umpire Darrell O'Sullivan has a look at it, but decides not to, off 11, with no 4s and 3 mighty 6s, 2 of which were off Matthew Smart. Really added some impetus into the attack, into the batting from a UAE point of view after the retirement of Ranjit Nair. Roshan Khan didn't last too long, just the 2 runs for him off 3 deliveries, and then a first baller for Earl Cavido, and it was Gareth Edwards, the captain of Wales, on a hat-trick, and unfortunately for him the catch was spilled, and that from Holliday just played into the leg side to Hurry, Number 19 on his back, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran. And the other batters in the innings, a brilliant 80 from Sudesh Sabana. He's now got up to 275 runs in the competition. That appeared to hit him outside the line of the off stump. Big appeal by Farkan, but he's not going to get that decision from the umpire. Then Captain Rafi is for you. That's beautifully played through the covers, and that's going to go all the way. That's beautifully played by Simon Holliday. That's his first boundary. Sean Morris already with the boundary, and that brings up then they're moving into double figures now. Wales. Yes, Morris on 6. And Wales will really be needing a very, very good opening partnership, one feels, between these two to be wanting or needing or able to, should we say, challenge for this match. And we'll look at the Welsh bowling figures after the end of this over. 5 gone, 4 off the over so far. That's delicately played, and after 3 for Wales, and that one from Zarkhan going for 5, so 2 overs, 0 for 11. And Welsh bowling, Matthew Smart 5 overs, 1 for 56. Wayne Hopkins 7 overs, 0 for 50. Simon Holliday 8 overs, 1 for 38. Excellent bowling from him, the most economical of the bowlers. And Paul Hitchcock 7 overs, 1 for 61. Spoiled a bit by a 24 run over towards the death. He picked up the first wicket of the captain Rafi. Gareth Edwards took his 2 wickets in his last over and was on a hat-trick, and unfortunately the catch that was available for the wicket-keeper, ball spooned up in the air, went down, and Neil Harris crestfallen there, giving the opportunity for Gareth Edwards to get the first hat-trick, we believe, of the World Cup. 2 for 48 of 9 for him, and 2 for 51 for Sean Morris. For me, the pick of the bowlers, him and Simon Holliday, really bowling exceptionally well for Wales, and getting things back from them after a very good start by the UAE. But in the end, it was Pit Bayer that put them to the sword. It's Biju Pillay again. That is nicely played, but he's not going to get it past the man at short third man. That is number 23 for the UAE. That is who is that? Let's have a look here. Is that 73? Probably is Rehan Khan there. That looks like Rehan Khan there at and Sean Morris having a full go outside the off stump with an oblique bat. He can't quite get a hold of that, and we have Mera, Vijay Mera in the covers. Here to the left of us here, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, Reshan Khan, who's just moving in to mid-on. That's a lovely shot from Sean Morris. I don't know if it's going to go all the way. I don't think so. They're going to have to go through for 2. It's picked up here by Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, and they're through for 2. So 2 to Sean Morris. So we do have, yes, number 73 there is Rehan Khan. We've got Ranjit Nair. He's at third man boundary. Vijay Mera in the covers as well at cover. Down the leg side. It is, that call has been called back, so it's not a wide. Bowler just indicating that it actually hit something as it went through. Total 13 without loss. That's the end of the 4th over, and Wales have moved to 13 without loss. And we have one of the there are a few mole rat hills that have come up here. So the Cape June mole rat that produces these mole heaps on the ground. There's a few of them here. It's a sign of the Cape Town. We're getting some good assistance here. Well done. Yeah, no, they're quite big. These Cape mole rats, you know. Yeah, it's occupational hazard of playing cricket in the Cape. As we say, so many idiosyncrasies here cricket does have, and one of those, if you do play cricket in the peninsula, that's very nicely played by Holland. That's number 4 on his back. Vijay Mehra at backward point. I was having lunch with Vijay Mehra and one of his other colleagues, and really interesting to chat to them. One of the other players at lunchtime, just explaining that this UAE team comes from 3 different countries. India, Pakistan and South Africa are the citizens of those countries, also some other joint citizenships, but they all the players working and contributing to that in the UAE, and out here representing the UAE country where they are currently all in employ, and a country which we know has got a cricketing heritage of its own and has some outstanding stadia there in the UAE. Has hosted the IPL, was the home of Pakistan cricket for quite some time during that period when no international cricket was played in Pakistan. It really is good to have Pakistan back as a destination and a venue for cricket to be played now. We just hope that that does continue for many years to come. As Holiday just plays it back past the bowler. There is no run though, and 1 ball left in the over. Nicely played by Holiday, straight to the man at a deepish cover position. That is the opening batter, Suresh Sobana, man who scored 275 runs so far in this tournament, and the total now has moved up to, let's just have a look at this. $16 it is without loss, just the 3 off that over. Was it? No, in fact it was a bit more than that. They got I think a single off the last ball. 17 without loss. Biju in again. That's very nicely played by Holiday, but there is a man sweeping on the cover boundary, and that is just a single. Yeah, have a sit down. Come and have a chat.
I just got to sit down by.
Oh, that's fine. That's no problem at all. That's great. Yeah, yeah. Come and have a chat. Why not? We can. Great. Look forward to that. There we go. A little bit closer. Great.
Oh, you gotta go
there we go. Yeah, because we got it's a directional mic. So we've got Owen Hopkins.
That's right.
Me.
Yep. And Dylan
Really-
McPhee.
And Dylan, very great to have you. Great to have you with me, and great to have you all out here from Wales, chatting with a couple of the players on Monday.
Okay.
When I was at the with the South African Wales game, it was really great. Had Simon, both of the opening batters actually,
Right.
in with me, Sean and Simon, and then Greg Foster and Eli.
Okay, yeah,
among
yeah,
as well,
brilliant.
which was really great. So talking about the Hands Up for Downs, the charity
yeah,
we're
yeah,
supporting,
yeah.
which was really great. But look, you guys did really well. You've had a good week, good day yesterday.
Yeah, we probably should have won yesterday.
Yeah.
We feel we let that one get
Yeah,
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously we battled a bit in the first two games.
That's a beautiful shot from
Sean
Morris, yes, and that's gone for 4 over the head of the man at mid-on, and another boundary. That's his second for Sean Morris, and Welsh move on to 22 without loss into the 6th over of the inning. So important that they these two just build a bit of a partnership at the base.
Definitely, yeah. Give us something to
keep
attack from.
the run rate going.
Yeah.
Keep the scoreboard ticking. Try not to lose too many early wickets if we can.
Yeah, well, Sean has scored a bucket load of runs up in North Wales.
That's right. He was over 14,000 runs in the Liverpool district. Liverpool district cricket. So he was telling me after this ball. That's also very nicely played by Simon this time. Simon Holiday.
The Doc.
So the Doc
Holiday.
Okay, Doc Holiday. Okay, very good.
He is actually a doctor as well, mind.
Yes. Yeah.
What did Marshy say about his backlift? His very aggressive backlift.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Looks like he should be playing a different sport.
Yeah.
All right. He bowled well today.
He did. Yeah. He hasn't bowled much recently. He's had a bad shoulder, so he's had
yeah.
a couple of jabs in it.
Right.
And
really
he did
good.
bowl well.
Yeah, you really pulled it back very nicely in the middle overs. As that,
yeah, through the middle. Yeah, after the openers
now
got smashed.
24 without loss after 6, so easy calculation. 4 runs and over so far, and Sean Morris on 12, and Simon also on 12. Simon Holiday, and and then they batted for they got about 10 and over for the last 15, and and that really took it away from that point of view. But it looks like a good batting track.
Yeah, it's certainly coming on. I mean, we were expecting at some point they were going to miss-hit a ball, when we had obviously all the generals out on the boundary, and they just kept sailing over our heads.
They did.
So
they had some big sixes,
yeah.
didn't they?
Yeah,
really
very big sixes.
What was he, 100 off 50 something balls?
58 balls.
58 balls for his 100, 7 fours, 8 sixes.
Yeah.
So I mean, he scoring, and he big strong guy.
Yeah, big
man.
man.
Yeah, they're in the hotel, these boys. So
Okay.
we've been
Oh,
having a
that's
chat with them
nice.
most evenings and things like that. Yeah,
That's great. That's great. That's a wide ball. So another run to the score, and every run from a Welsh point of view will be welcomed, I'm sure. However you get them.
And the extra ball.
And the extra ball, yes. Definitely. I mean, your performance in the field today, I thought, and with the bowling also quite disciplined. It was just the 1 over, unfortunately, for Paul Hitchcock that sort of got away.
Yeah, he went for a few there, didn't he? Matt Smart with the new ball said he normally bowls quite big away swingers, but he said he didn't go for him today.
There was nothing at all.
No,
there was absolutely nothing on offer. No.
Yeah, well, I was swinging it in from this end. But we saw the tinge of the pitch being a bit green, and we were expecting it to if we hit the string to just to nip around. But one or two maybe did that. So I think which shows how good a batting deck it is, and the way they were playing, just
absolutely. And as you said, it probably coming on more than any of the pitches you might have been playing on so far. It's,
yesterday's was pretty good, a little bit slow, but it was good. That might have been more the bowling that was a bit slower yesterday, but the first 2 days the pitches were quite slow.
It's a lot better wicket today. It's coming through a bit more bounce as well, isn't it?
It's quite hard underneath. It's quite a hard wicket. I mean, I think
there's a bit of grass, isn't it?
There's a bit of grass that just
top.
holds it nicely together and lets it come onto the bat a bit more. So I think they've done a very good job here.
I think they said a month ago it was barren, it was yellow.
Okay,
the groundsman said it would have been a bit of an embarrassment that's coming here then, just because they'd had such a hot spell.
Yes,
they just couldn't get enough water onto it. But he's done a good job. Outfield's short and fast, and
which is great.
Yeah. And another lovely backdrop.
It is beautiful, isn't it? This is probably
beautiful views.
Say one of the most picturesque parts of the sort of peninsula and this area of the Western Cape, just with the mountains, Stellenbosch area through to Paarl and Franschhoek, which is sort of the end of this road. So that's the end of the road. The road continues up into the mountains and goes over the mountains and down to a place called Villiers-Dorp, which is just on the other side of the mountains here. But is a beautiful part of the country. Lots
Yeah.
of wine
Yeah.
farms and very
we'll
big
be-
now in terms of tourism. Yeah.
We'll be here next Monday.
Excellent.
We got a wine
Excellent.
tasting tour
Oh, wonderful.
organised.
Wonderful.
And
No,
Henny brought us up here for a net on Sunday.
Yes.
Okay.
The day after we
wonderful.
arrived. Yeah, so
Okay.
we netted at Paul Roos Gymnasium.
Oh
is
yes,
it?
Paul Roos
Yeah.
Gymnasium. That's in Stellenbosch.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice
beautiful.
ground, wasn't it?
Oh,
Lovely
Yes,
ground,
lovely.
good setup.
They've got
Yeah.
excellent ground there.
Yeah.
Grounds there. I
Nets
mean,
were really good.
Yeah. Very good school. Produced a lot of. I mean, it's more probably renowned for its rugby than it is for its
Okay.
cricket, but
Yeah.
very good cricket school as well. One of the better ones in the area, but big rugby school. Produced a lot, as I say, a lot of Springboks in its time.
Yeah.
And
We've
not that I
played
could
at
name them, but
4 lovely
yeah.
grounds so
Yes.
far. Really good.
Weiberger, third in the country, I think.
Yes.
Cricket on there. Yeah. So we
Yeah.
had them day 2 on the
yes,
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Sharp Colours Oval. Yes.
That's right,
that's
yeah,
it,
yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
beautiful ground. Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
still waiting for Breezy to send my photo of me by the plaque. Oh,
Okay.
Good man.
Yeah. The ground wasn't quite big enough. Was
So I
it?
just get that in the minutes, mate.
We've had 7 bowled now from the UAE and Wales, 30 without loss after 7. So at this stage, I think batting at just over 4 and over, and from a point of view of where they are at the moment, as that one full toss outside the off stump, Sean Morris just plays it down to Roshan Khan, I think it is, here at long on, and they go through for a single 31 without loss. It's been a fair start here for Wales, as it's Biju Pillay again. That's nicely angled down to third man by Holiday. Yeah, so lovely to have you all here, and you know, with your touring party with you, and you know, you had a rest day Wednesday.
Yeah, we came back up this way.
Okay.
Went to Safari. I
Yeah.
can't remember what the
Oh,
place
very
was called,
nice.
but yeah, we went to a game park.
Some Africans of
Again,
yes.
Akilum.
Akila. Okay, yes. Akila, yes, very nice. Yeah, there's a couple in the area, private game reserves, and you managed to see any good
Yeah.
Saw
stuff?
the lions.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Elephants were in the distance.
Yeah, so,
And we had
Very
a bit
good.
of fun at the hotel with a baboon.
oh my word, okay. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we went in the pool at the end, and
good running here from these two. Yes, that's probably sensible. You got into the pool. Yeah, they can be, got to be a bit careful with the
Well,
baboons.
he turned
you know,
up
so-
and jumped on the tables and started
Yeah.
nicking food off
yes,
everybody, and
yeah, that's what he does. Yeah,
they
that's
were
what
trying to
do.
get him from there, and
No, it's a
With a
bit
brush.
difficult. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that, you know, there are quite a few sort of the human to baboon interactions. No, generally they end okay, but you've got to be very cautious of that. I mean, we've had I've had a couple myself with the family from time to time in a couple of the sort of nature reserve areas. So you just got to be aware of,
well,
of what
Fish,
they are.
Greg
so.
Fish did poke it and
Okay.
sort of turned around and snarled at him.
That's very
So I think
nice
Greg
played
snarled
by
back, didn't he?
Morris.
Yeah.
And that's
Got you on.
gone for 4. Well done to Morris there, and that's a good over for Wales yet again, and that's going to take them to 38. 8 off that over, the best over so far for Wales, as they move to 38 without loss after 8 overs. So batting at just shy of 5 runs and over, and they'll be I think quite happy so far with that start. They accelerated a bit from early on. Just need to get the feel for the pitch.
that's right. Yeah. Nice steady start, no risks.
There's
And
no pace on the one end, was there?
yeah,
No,
gotta-
it's you've got to, yeah.
Not as easy to get.
No, it's
into
not.
it.
And I think you know, with the not a wicket that you really want to be bowling short on either. It really just sits up a bit, which is a feature really of the. I mean, the Western Cape wickets generally, they're not wickets you want to bowl short on. We want to bowl. Yeah, I mean, you know,
Half
depending on
volleys.
how you do it, depending on how fast you are, but yeah, short deliveries can get punished, and particularly if it's coming slow off the deck, which in a lot of instances it does here in the Western Cape. So, but
and with our bowlers.
well, to give you a sense of
sense of
solace,
say that, aren't I?
maybe a sense of solace. It's not. It's every team's bowlers.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
So,
fair point.
yeah, that's
Run there.
Wasn't it?
yeah. So it's it's been a good tournament so far.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
thoroughly enjoyed it, even though first 2 games were
tough. Very tough. Very good
the South African bowling, those top 4 bowlers, you know, I think apparently they've all played first class and they just gave nothing.
And the quick lad didn't play, did he, against us?
No, he had an incident the night before, I believe.
Yes,
I won't go into that.
Oh.
Consideration from Chris Roos, but I don't think his hands are going to move from behind his back. He stands a statue-like at square leg and not given out there. So perhaps Captain Rafiullah Sayed thinking that Simon Holliday perhaps just lifted his foot or slid it slightly out, but umpire Chris Roos has nothing to do with it.
No review.
Comes in to do that. No review. Yes, not. We don't have the side-on cameras today. We're going to go to the third umpire, who's standing.
They look like they've been calling for that, don't they?
So
not out.
No, not out in that instance. So, benefit of the doubt in the laws of cricket. It's said to be given to the batter. And I see what you mean by Simon's back lift now. It's not quite Bradman-esque, but it's beautifully played, and there is no run. So, yes, it's very happy that you had the chance. And I was chatting to Greg Fisher, and then his wife. I think is it Sam?
Sam,
yeah. And she was saying telling me what some of the extracurricular activities are going to be, and that's very nicely slashed away, and that's going to go for 4 down to the wideish third man region, and another good shot there from Simon Holliday, and that is another boundary to his name, and I'll have to check on that boundary count shortly for him. So that'll be his second boundary, and 3 already to Sean Morris. It'll take Wales now to 42, I think it is, for the loss of no wickets in the 9th over. Just trying to see, that's 2 boundaries for Simon and 3 for Sean, Holliday and Morris, and that's also very nicely played through the covers. It's fielded well out there in the deep, and that's Roshan Khan there on the boundary into the wicket keeper, and they're keeping quite a defensive field early on, aren't they? They're not really attacking.
Sweeper out either side, haven't they?
They've got the runs on the board, haven't they? So
it makes sense, I guess. They but in this type of chase, I mean, what would your
well, you also want to be taking wickets, don't you? So that's what builds pressure and stops the scoring. So maybe some sort of in outfield with a few catches and but stopping the 4s.
And I mean, in your position now, if you chatting to the openers, or when they're going in now, and looking at what would their chat have been, what would you have been looking for?
It was to go out and play a natural game. Both of these guys, if they get a loose ball, they'll whack it. They're both like that. Mickey's coming in 3, he'll do exactly the same. But we've got to go out and play our natural game. There's no point in trying to play something you're not used to playing, because it will invariably come off worse. So play the natural game. If we get in what's the score?
43 now. 43 without loss.
If these guys can put on 100.
Off 9.
Do you see the smoke over there?
Oh, it could be from a what we call a felt fire, maybe. Depends what colour it is.
43. Is that what those breaks are up there? Are they fire breaks?
Yes, they're fire breaks up on the mountain.
You were right,
yeah. So this part of the world, so if you're looking up into these are mostly nature reserves that we have here, and the farms very much on the border of those, and the natural vegetation does naturally requires a natural burn, and that has in the past happened naturally. We do get, in the height of summer with the heat here, we do get some really serious fires, and this area, in fact, just on the other side here, and this area has also, but just on the other side here, a couple of years ago, and down into Stellenbosch and Somerset West. So you're in Stellenbosch, there's another very large sort of town south of that called Somerset West, about 15 kilometres away. There's a change of bowl. It's Roshan Khan, and he's hit beautifully through the covers by Holliday. It's not going to get to the boundary, I think, or is it?
Ooh.
No, it's just stopped inside the boundary, but they get through for 2. That was a nice shot from ball. Over pitched a little bit there from Roshan Khan. Unfortunate there, single that went a begging there because that one hit the stumps at the bowler's end. So 9 gone, 43, and now with those 2, 45 without loss. Wales heading up towards that 50 mark, and at this stage, so the 50 for
almost 5 and over.
It is almost 5 and over.
The first taking any risks.
Yeah.
Oof.
That was.
He's just trailing it in.
Yeah, just a tad.
So yeah, there's just so comparatively the UAE were at they got off to a very good start after 9 overs, 59 without loss. Lost their first wicket in the 12th over, 79. So had a good and reasonably quick opening partnership. This though has been very good with not that much to hit, but where it has been able to be hit, particularly on the half volleys outside the off stump, the guys have done very well so far. Holiday and Morris.
Yeah, they put the bad ball away well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Without taking any risks.
No.
Yeah. That's exactly what we've been talking about.
The scoreboard ticking
right.
as we go into.
Rotate the strike and make sure that the bowler's got to be thinking about what he's doing, rather than just working or setting up a batter as
two,
yes.
Yeah,
very good for the this pair as they move ever closer to a 50 partnership, and the first 50 for Wales in this run chase. So moving on.
The doc will be telling Sean to hit it a bit harder, so you don't have to run.
So you're from, I know you sort of in and plays with you?
Well, generally South Wales, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Dylan's Mid Wales.
I'm Mid Wales.
Okay.
So the only one from Mid Wales, and then we've got 2 that. So Sean and
Gareth. Yes, they're from the north.
Yeah, that's right. So Gareth actually lives in
Manchester.
Lives in England.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he played all of his junior cricket, and I'm not sure what age he was when he left. I'm sure he said about 20 years. So
yes, so he went
was at
down.
Ruthin, wasn't he? Ruthin, he started as a youngster.
Yeah, and he would have. I know Sean was saying. I mean, he's been playing cricket at Colwyn Bay for, I think he said, probably nearly 40 years, not quite, but no, I think 30 odd years he was playing since he was very young, and Gareth started with him there apparently.
Yes, yeah, they definitely play together at Colwyn Bay. Yeah. So and then in South Wales we've got a probably fairly even mix of a couple in the east, a couple in Cardiff area, and then a couple down West Wales.
That's good. So it's very good, and number of players. It's a change of bowling. So after 5 overs, Zar Khan is coming off, and he'll be replaced at the southern end of the ground, the R45 end. I just want to see. Do we know who's? Javid, who's replacing him? Number 7. Okay, so just looking at who number 7 is. Ranjit Nair, man who retired hurt a bit earlier on, or retired out, we're not quite sure, but Ranjit Nair, who's coming in from the southern end of the ground, and
Cramp, I think, probably.
could well have been. It was a bit hot out there, was it? Didn't allow anybody. No, it's. I think it really is. It's been just sort of walking across. It's nice in the shade with a bit of a breeze, but
it's lovely in the
out
shade,
on the field it's
Mm.
really hot. So just to well into the 30s, as it is Ranjit Nair, and that's played into the square leg fielder. Deep square comes in, and that's number 6, is it? And I don't know who that is.
Number 6, yeah.
Oh, that's Earl. Sorry, number 6, Earl Cavido from South Africa. One of the 3, definitely 3 South Africans in this UAE squad. You saw far too much of the first,
one
of the other ones earlier on.
And I'm sure he'll be reminding us later on in the hotel.
I'm sure that he will. Yes,
we've seen quite a bit of him in the hotel, but we'll see more of him now again. I would have thought.
It's wonderful. The whole aspect of this tournament as well is whilst it's competitive on the field, once you get over the boundary line, it's very much around the just people meeting each other, from all over the world. You all have a love of cricket, obviously, but just to have that camaraderie is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or catching up with a few people. So Sean, through him playing overseas and pros coming to the Liverpool League to play against him, he knows quite a few.
Yes.
Same with myself. No, just catching up with a few boys I haven't seen in about 15 years. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. Brilliant tournament. And you mentioned earlier on, Sam said about our itinerary.
Yeah.
Insular tour we're doing tomorrow.
And Table Mountain, but talk of the weather being a bit of rain
it's
about.
Supposed to be a bit of rain. My latest forecast that I had was that it was going to be raining in the sort of afternoon, but it'll start to cloud in from the morning. So that it might not be the best day to be up Table Mountain.
No. Or a beach day.
Unfortunate. Or a beach day for that point. Yeah, but. I don't know. Hopefully, if it is later in the day, I'll have to have a look at the updated forecast and see. I was also keeping an eye on that because Western Province are playing against, they're now called World Sports Betting Western Province, are playing against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins at Newlands, and Western Province need a win there in the 4-day competition. Last day is tomorrow.
Right.
They need a win to stand any chance of getting to the final of that competition. So keeping an eye on that. And they have won by an innings and 259 runs.
Already.
Thank you very much, Javer, for that. I really appreciate it. So Javer, my scorer, just giving me that information. He knows that I was interested in that game. So Western Province are in with a shot here, depending on the result of the game up at Centurion, of getting through to the final of the 4-day competition. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins were previously on top of the log, and Western Province needed to win this game. They put on their highest ever score in the first innings, won the toss, batted first, put on their highest ever score in the 4-day competition, 592 for 6 declared, 3 Centurions, won his maiden, got his maiden first class 100. Gavin Kaplan 173 scored, so really great for him. And Carver Rain, the South African wicket-keeper batsman, he got 130 odd, and the opener got 106. So, and then very very good performance from them. So they'll be keeping their eyes firmly to the north to see what's happening there, because hopefully if that match reaches a result, then Western Province should be in the final. So that'll be good for them here. So.
Where's the final held? Is that a neutral venue?
It'll be at whoever has the highest position on the log in the round robin phase. So
when will that be played?
That's played this coming week. So next weekend, the end of the 4-day season, and then
Sunday.
It might not be here. It depends on who, as I say, depends on the points. I don't know yet exactly, but it would be nice if it was going to be here. And then in domestic cricket in South Africa, as it's another change of bowling, and just with his off-break bowling, or he's sort of quite sure if he's bowling off breaks here. It's slow right armers. So
he's obviously having all his bowling.
Yeah. So we've got So we've got the T20 domestic T20 competition happening then over the sort of March and April, and that'll be the end of the season.
Do you get any overseas over for that?
No, that's all the domestic guys. So the Betway SA20 that we've had has got the overseas professionals.
We followed a bit of that because Pal's not far away, where
that's right.
Josh Butler and Jason Roy were playing, didn't they?
That's right. It was very good to see them. Wales, you've gone to your 50 in at the
ripple of applause.
Ripple of applause. I think it was off the first or second ball of the over, and that's beautifully played, and that's going to go, I think, all the way. It does indeed go all the way. The first maximum, and Holiday gets the first maximum for Wales to go with his 2 4s, and Wales now moving in the 12th over now. It is Wales 57 without loss, and this stage approximately 20 runs behind the UAE, but they did then start to lose wickets, as that's nicely played again off the back foot into the covers, and well fielded on the bounce, and a bit of a flourish there from Simon Holiday and Kazmin. That's very nicely played into a gap on the offside. I think that's going to go for 4, is it? And it goes over the rope now, and that makes an excellent over for Wales there. So was 11 off that over, and the score moves to 61 for the loss of no wickets at the end of that over. And the drink now taken, so 5 runs and over at the moment. Comparative score after 12 overs, 79 it was. They lost their first wicket in the 12th over, did the UAE. So 79 for 1, 61 without loss at Wales at the moment. So a good start for Wales.
Very good start.
I'll take that.
And, it's a holiday now on 34, and Sean Morris on 25. And nothing to talk about in terms of the bowling figures. It was just the 11 of that over from the new bowler Imran Kazmi. So you have the playoffs next week. Sorry, playoffs next week.
Yeah, I believe so. So we got Sri Lanka on Sunday.
Yes.
Then Tuesday is the first playoff where we'll play.
Yes.
I believe it's the equivalent.
Yes.
From the other group.
I think you have I think it might be that you have a. So.
Oh, we might play.
You play like a semi-final for that last position.
Oh, do we? Right.
Yeah, well, not last position, but for the position that you're going to finish in. I didn't mean
fifth and sixth by looks of it at the moment.
Like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you'll be able to then.
Then we play the equivalent from the other group on the
then you would play. Yeah, on Thursday you've got sort of the final. So essentially, 1, 2, 3, and so the top 2. One plays 2, one plays 2, and then whoever gets through those would then play. It then goes to as far as I'm aware, then you have that goes to then another round to determine who is actually going to be playing off for those final 2 positions in the final. But I mean, I stand to be corrected on that. But there's 2 rounds of knockout phasing to go, and then into the then what happens is whoever loses those matches plays against each other. So there's only 5 matches on the Thursday, and then the final takes place on the Friday.
So it's the top sides in each group will play in the final on the Friday.
Not necessarily, because what happens is 1 plays 2. So Division A1 will play Division B2, and Division B1 plays Division B2. Whoever wins those matches will go forward to the final on the Friday. So it's like semi-finals, and then you go into the final. Whereas in your situation, let's say you finish 5th in Division B, which is I think you're in Division B, yeah. So you'd play number 6 from Division A, and likewise. And then if you win that game, you would then go through on Thursday to determine who finishes. What would it be? 9th or 10th in the competition. Now that's how the knockout games are worked. So you have a chance then, if you're finishing 5th or 6th in your group, you still have a chance to actually get into 9th position in the tournament, which I think is very good. It's reward for how you've performed throughout the week. So first drinks break is a thing of the past, and we're back live here now.
Have you commentated on any games from the other group?
No, not yet. I'm actually doing. So I live in Somerset West, just over the mountain here, just the other side, Stellenbosch, then Somerset West there. So this is much closer for me. So it was we determined, rather than going into town, I did the first 2 matches were both South African games that I did, and then I couldn't commentate yesterday, as it's Nair in again. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Looked like it might have shaped away slightly from the batter Morris. So on Sunday I'm here for Zimbabwe versus Australia. Yeah, and then next week I'm not sure who I'm going to be doing. We've been assigned already. I've taken this week, and then I'll worry about next week. So I can do. So I might still get to commentate another one of your games. I'm not sure. It's played nicely into the covers, and fielded by Sadish Sabana. He's done so well in the tournament. 275 runs.
Has he?
He scored. Yeah.
So has he got the?
I don't know what the cap. I don't think so. It's Hardeep Singh from New Zealand.
He scored another 100 yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
He scored 3 innings, 200s and a 50.
That's played over the infield, and I think that's going to go away for 4 to a wideish third man position. That's excellent from Sean Morris, just taking advantage of the ball that is over pitched, and the margins are really tight on this wicket, aren't they? You can't bowl it. You can't bowl it too full. You can't bowl it too short. You just got to be short of a length.
Yeah.
That's good batting.
I can't remember when I was bowling who was at mid-on, but he said. Yeah. Pointed at my little run-up marker and said the margins are about the same size as that.
Yes, yeah, and that is pretty much right, actually. If you look at it, it is. And with the wicket playing so as true as it is, it means that you miss that mark, and it's the batter has got something that they can work with. And Morris hoping to have something else to work with here. It's a good delivery this time. On the line of the middle and off stump, played out back to the bowler. And so it's quite a widespread field, very much an offside field for Ranjit. He's got a man still in the first power play, so 3 men allowed outside the ring, and that's very nicely played, but straight to the man on the edge of the circle, number 17. That's Zarkhan, Zarkhan, the opening bowler for Pakistan. Listen to me, for the UAE. Could well have been Pakistan for the UAE, and it's going to be another change of bowling from this end. So having gone for 11 in his only over so far, it is going to be Imran Kazmi, who's going to be replaced by Sadish Sabana. So New Zealand, you count a very strong team. New Zealand, they seem to be done very well. There's a big match happening at the moment between them and South Africa.
220 all out?
227 South Africa all out. When last I saw New Zealand 32 for 2. So I'll have a look at that and see.
I wonder if Mr. Singh is.
I'll have to have a look and see if
he's out.
If Mr. Singh is out. Just get to the menu here, and I can let you know what's happening there in that game. That's nicely played once again by Holiday. It's well fielded by the bowler on his follow through. But as you're saying, New Zealand a very strong team. South Africa from this group at this stage looking like they may well be 1 and 2, but a lot depends on that game on Sunday between South Africa and India. India perhaps not as strong as everybody perhaps thought they might be at this stage, but New Zealand 98 for slumps. So Hardeep Singh is out. Scott Mara and James Marshall at the crease. Looks like they put together a very good partnership. They're both in their 40s at the moment. So both from a score point of view and an age point of view. They're both in their 40s. So
they must have been 3 down very.
It looks like it, certainly. And so let's have a look at the New Zealand innings there. Who was the fast bowler you didn't face on Monday. And then Yako Castle got Hardeep Singh for a duck. His first failure almost of the entire tournament, I think. James Marshall not at 43, Scott Mara not at 42. Nick Horsley was out, also off the bowling of Steyer for 5. So they were. I need to look at the over by over information here to look at that. It was probably a better over there for the UAE as score has got loss. And yes, just looking at where they were, that was South Africa. So look at New Zealand. Sorry, so New Zealand were 23 for 3 in the 6th over. So after 6 overs, 23 for 3. So and now they are in at 18 overs, 100 for 3. So They are on track. If these two keep the partnership going, they're on track to defeat South Africa in that very important match in Division B, which will, at this stage, possibly determine who finishes first and second in that group. But South Africa still to play India. They face them on Sunday.
A few late dropouts, I believe, didn't they? From what the squad was originally announced as.
I think so. That one wide-ish outside the off stump. Simon Holliday just holding his pose there for umpire Darren O'Sullivan. Yeah.
Surprised the double teapot didn't come up.
My leg is only that long, and my bat is longer, but I can't reach it. So it's nice to see the byplay though between the players and the umpire and the players. I know it's. South Africans were taking it quite seriously on Monday, I think.
It's first game of the tournament, I think, wasn't it? So, and it would have probably not gone down too well if we'd managed to turn them over. So
they had quite a tough game on the Tuesday. It must be said. They were
Sri Lanka.
They were tested against Sri Lanka. Yeah. Lost 6 wickets in the chase of a modest total, but had Sri Lanka 80 for 8, and then they scored 182. Yeah. So. That's a very nice shot.
With us, didn't it? Because we were 30 for 4 against them, and then we were
recovered. Yes.
Yeah. 108
yourself
for 5, is it?
Put on.
Yeah, 74.
Partnership.
Yeah, 74. Really good partnership between yourself and Nick Morgan. It was very good to pull it back. So a good 50 there from Nick.
Yeah,
your
he
support.
played superbly well. Yeah.
And I think that the key thing here, into the 15th over and first power play. Nearly a thing of the past, is 67 on the board, so somewhere between sort of 4 and 5 and over, and providing a platform from which hopefully the team can push on. But
it'd be nice to see these two take us most of the way there.
Yes, and certainly the wicket probably one of the best, certainly out of the 3 matches I've been at so far. It's certainly the best wicket from a batting point of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've seen.
Yeah, we found some of the other wickets have been quite difficult to start on.
Yeah.
So if you get in, you need to take responsibility and carry on.
Yeah.
So hearing in the background the distinctive, sounds like thud noise of 2-blade Hewitt going down to the third man boundary, fielded here to our right by that's Roshan Khan, I think it is, here to my right, and it is hot out there today. Just a bit of a word on that, perhaps Owen and Dylan. Owen, you were out there most of the time.
Well, we got told obviously we look at the temperatures in Cape Town, and I don't know what it said for that today, maybe 27. You think, that's not too bad.
It'll be a lot hotter than that.
It's obviously a little bit warmer than it is at home.
Yes.
But we thought 27, but up here it's about 4 or 5 degrees warmer, we've been told. So it was quite draining. I mean, we try to take on as many fluids as we can, and we've got that 12th fielder or the 12th player so we can rotate every 5 overs.
Yeah.
But when the ball was flying to all parts at the end, it was just seemed to get
very
hot very quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure. And certainly in this is very much a bowl within the mountains. I mean, out here, Paarl, which is just behind us, also certainly 5 or more degrees hotter than it is in Cape Town. Also hotter than here, probably a couple of degrees hotter than here, but it can get very hot, and play a fair amount with one of the domestic cricket franchises or unions in the Division 1. That's very nicely played for 4. The reverse sweep coming out. It's almost a reverse paddle. That was brilliant shot from Sean Morris, and that really I'm going to have to go back when I get home tonight and have a look at that one again. That was really lovely, well played, just almost at the last minute, just turning it and paddling it down to the leg to
he played one yesterday,
to the offside, really
lovely,
very nice shot. So not the full-on reverse sweep, but just taking the ball, so not
using the pace on the ball.
Absolutely, just using that little bit of pace from Sadish, and that one's, as a result, a lot slower, and tossed it up.
Yeah.
And so bowler trying to adjust to what he's seen from the batter.
And Sean's played it very sensibly.
So, but cricket in Wales, I mean, Glamorgan obviously is the county championship team.
That's right, yeah.
And they've a lot of test matches and other international matches played at Cardiff now, which has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we're very lucky. Dylan's obviously a bit further away, but I'm right in Cardiff. It's probably 10-15 minutes from my house, so very lucky to have international cricket stage there. Managed to make it down to a few.
Good.
And the 100 as well. Welsh Fire. Down taking the family down.
Fantastic.
To watch the ladies and the men. So it's a very good day.
Yeah, it's a particular. I'm very much proponent of the ladies' cricket. It's something I do have done quite a bit of commentary work. Did initially when I started commentating.
It's 4 as well.
It is 4. It's very nicely played there as well by Simon. As it goes, a holiday as it goes down to the boundary, and it's Wales here in this over are done exceptionally well, and that over there going for 9 off that over. So the 2 4s and a single, 78 for the loss of no wickets after 16 overs. Just by way of comparison, as we get into the second power play now. 89 for 1 after 16 overs, so just the 11 runs separating the teams, and it was at this time actually that the Welsh team started to track back. So just between the 16th, in fact it was the 17th and the 22nd over, only the 20 runs that were added. So in 6 overs it was just adding literally 3 runs and over they were batting at, and a couple of wickets that went down in that period, which certainly pegged them back. So opportunity perhaps here for Wales. As there are now four players allowed outside the circle in this next power play, and a little bit of a breeze coming up will maybe make people a bit cooler for the batters and bowlers and fielders out there. Outside in the middle part of the day.
That's what we were told. Hot part of the day, 3 o'clock.
Yes, that's about right. So certainly bowling first, not quite as hot. The afternoon does get a lot hotter, but on this pitch, putting the runs on the board, I think was always what they had in mind. Try and put.
Well, I think we won the toss and put them in. Cause,
no, you didn't. You lost the toss.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, you lost the toss. Yeah, they elected to bat. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Because we had been told the wickets would get better in the afternoons as well. So that's kind of been our philosophy the way through.
That's right.
And our plan is to bowl first.
Because the first game we thought South Africa would bat first.
Yes.
But they turned up and they were like, they had a look at it and they were like, hang on, we need to win this game. We had a bit of a shock, really, didn't we think?
Trying to hit that one. It's slightly short of a length. Just once again, I think playing underneath that one, Sean Morris. And
he's used to playing on Welsh pitches. You see, they don't bounce.
This is bouncing a little bit. The last 2.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce on off it. It's hard underneath it. Seems to have been pretty consistent, which is the most important thing, I think.
He's found a good area.
He has actually found a good length outside. Also line outside that off stump. That one just angling in, but he has certainly found a good length, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that is the length to bowl. You want to be on that spot.
Yeah.
And making it difficult. And saying you can see the smoke as I think it was James, and that's a very good shot over the man at short, fine leg, and Imran Kazmi is not going to get to that. He just waits for one of the Welsh squad to toss that one back into him from the boundary, and the end of the 17th over, and it is 82 for without loss. Wales just that 4 off that over, so good over until that point, and then the loose ball was really pounced upon by the batter from Wales, Sean Morris, and just to have a look.
He looks like he's cramping up the bowler. He just bowled that. Number 7, was it? He's
Number 7 it was,
field,
yes. Hardik Singh, the same player that earlier on had the trouble when he was batting,
I said it was cramped, didn't I?
May well be you did say that, Dylan. And
not unsurprising on a day like today, is it?
No, it isn't surprising, even if you are taking the liquids on board. Very, very hot out there, so really difficult. And so score 82 without loss, and batting now at a good rate here. Wales close to the 5 and over. 85 would be 5 and over, so getting up to that rate, which is really where you would want it to be.
225, 5 and overs.
So 5 and over would be would be 225.
Yeah.
So I mean their innings probably closer to 7 and over towards the end with those that 10 and over, but the outfield is quite quick, and field then widespread boundaries are quite big here, particularly on the leg side from this end. So if you're batting at this end, the leg side boundary quite quick, quite long. So
and we've batted really sensibly so far. We haven't really gone at it, so we've got wickets in hand as well.
Wickets in hand and the chase is key, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you got them in hand for the last 10 overs, you can easily score at that 10 and over, can't you? You can take a few more risks.
Right, you can.
Run hard.
Have your set? You've got a set batter in. You've got somebody that bats through for you. And,
hopefully,
So that.
But the longer these two take it, the better we'll be, isn't it? So.
And coming down the order, I mean, so have you got who have you got from somebody that can get the strike rate? I mean, I understand Sean obviously is somebody that could take the strike rate up really, really strongly. Who's your go-to player down the order?
I'd say Nick, who got the runs on Monday.
Okay.
It can score very quickly.
Right.
Then, trying to think of the order is Paul Hitchcock, who he's actually batting 9 for us today. He got 49
not out yesterday.
30 odd balls yesterday.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't see that, very good.
Also Doc, if he stays in, he'll...
I'm trying to think of the rest of the order.
So change of line here from the right-hander, and that will definitely not be given out.
Nick
LBW.
4, Adam 5,
Breedy 6,
Johan 8.
So we got some quite mobile people in the middle as well, who hopefully will be able to
just
turn those ones into twos and twos into threes.
And that certainly is possible in the outfield on so the offside at the moment to the batter. So just nudged into the leg side, and it's an easy trot through for a single, almost a walk through for the single, as captain of the UAE, Rafiullah Sayed, goes through and fields. And so at the moment, so where are you? You're based, I think they said, in town at the
Southern Sun City Bowl.
Okay. Very nice. And
so I think it's probably less than 5 minutes in a cab to the waterfront.
Which is lovely.
Camps Bay's just maybe 10 minutes away over the or between Table Mountain and Devil's Peak.
Devil's Peak. It's Lion's Head. That
Lion's
side.
Head.
Lion's Head. Yeah. So, but you're right in saying Devil's Peak. Devil's Peak is on the other side. Yes. But that is a beautiful drive as you come over Kloof Neck, as we call it, down towards Camps Bay. Beautiful scenery, and the mountain range there to the left, sort of, it's part of the Table Mountain range called the 12 Apostles.
Right.
Umpire Chris Ruas remains motionless yet again. Arms, I'm not sure if they're folded in front of him, but possibly bowling around the wicket to a right-hander, hanging it away. Difficult to possibly going to be difficult to get that decision. That's beautifully played out into the deep. That's gone all the way. Sean Morris gets his first 6 of the innings, and also 1-6 to Simon Holliday as the Welsh team moves into the 90s now. 91 without loss in the 18th over. 1 ball left in the 18th over, and that's just played away into backward point where Mera does the fielding, and there is no run. So the end of 18, it's 91, 9 off that over from Sudesh Sobana. And news here that Ranjit Nair, the batter who retired hurt in the innings earlier on has bowled 4 or 5 overs, and he's gone off with a 4 overs. He's gone off with cramp as well, so replacement on the field for the UAE. I'm here with Owain Hopkins and Dylan McPhee from the Welsh team. It's always great to have players here with me on commentary. Makes it a lot more interesting for the viewers and listeners as well, and we hope you're enjoying this broadcast. The broadcast tournament brought to you by International Masters Cricket tournament organised by the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, and just a reminder that our key sponsors here for this tournament, sponsored by Sisonke Tourism and Events, that is www.sisonke, that's SISONKE tours.co.za, the City of Cape Town, Vita 24 Vitamin Boost. I'll tell you the others after this delivery. That's very nicely played into the gap, and that is going to go all the way as well, down to the boundary for 4. And
what are these boys on now?
So another boundary for Holiday. That's his 4th 4 to go with his 1-6, and Wales moving closer to that 100 as it's 95 now without loss, and just trying to
42 for Simon, 47 for sure. Is that right? 46 and 47.
46 and 47. So Holiday it is on 46, Morris on 47, as the two of them near landmarks. It is just the just to keep an eye on that. So New Zealand 123 for 3, chasing 227, 228 to win against South Africa, and it's been really great having you both here with me. Thanks,
been an absolute
Wayne
pleasure.
And Dylan.
As a nearing 50,
yeah.
we need to get it back over there.
No,
So
you
we
do.
can happen as a
Yes,
team.
definitely.
As a team,
Most
yeah.
definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully
Thank
do it
you.
again later in the
Let's hope we
tournament.
will.
Yeah,
Thank you so
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Enjoy
Cheers.
the rest of your time here. Thank
Cheers.
you.
Bye-bye.
It's all right. Bowling from the other end. So it really is always a privilege to have players with us in the on commentary, and we hope you enjoyed that there from the Welsh team. We were hoping earlier on to have some players from the UAE, but unfortunately not able to organise that, as that's played into the leg side. Might be off the pad actually. Just waiting to see the signal from umpire Darryl O'Sullivan. It is indeed off the pad, so just another single to the score. I think 96 now, is it? 98, sorry, 98 without loss, and it is Wales approaching in the 19th over, approaching that 100, and they are starting to get very adjacent to where the UAE were at a similar time in their innings. And so after 19, the UAE were 100 for the loss of 1 at the moment in the 19th over. It is 98 without loss, Wales. That's angling down the leg side from Roshan Khan. He's into his second spell now, Roshan Khan. So far 1.5 overs, 0 for 11. He's bowling to Sean Morris. That's in the air, it's going to be safe. It's landing and then just bouncing. We're only going to get 1 as it's fielded here by Hari Krishnan Sasidaran on the boundary at third man. And that's the end of the over. 99 it is for without loss Wales, and by comparison after 19 overs the UAE 100 exactly for the loss of 1. So it seems like it might be game on here in the Franschhoek Valley. Morris and Holiday putting together a good partnership here for the Welsh team. and really great to listen to the stories coming out from both of these teams. Just also chatting with a couple of the players from UAE at lunchtime, and really great to hear them talking about the camaraderie and what that means to them, as we are going to have a change of bowling from this end. So Sadish Sabana has been taken off, expensive last over. It's going to be the other Khan, that's Rehan Khan, who's going to be bowling from this end, and looks like he's going to be bowling regulation right arm off breaks. I'll just wait to see what he is going to be producing here. So just that news, if you are interested in watching this from the South African game, 123 for 3, the latest there we've seen from that match. And just some other games taking place at the moment. India against Sri Lanka. India 271 for 7 and Sri Lanka 101 for 2. Namibia 234 for 5 against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe 121 for 2, and New Zealand 124 for 3 against South Africa 227 for 7. Canada 229 for 5 in there. This is the big North American derby. 229 for 5 as it's Rehan again, and that one keeps a little bit low outside the off stump, just goes through with the arm. 99 without loss at the moment are Wales, and the leggy, it's from him, and that's the 100 up for Wales as these two go to their 100 partnership, and that is 100 of 19.1 overs, 19.1 overs to get to their 100, and that has been a good acceleration by these two in the to get from 50 to 100 in just the 8 overs. That's 6 runs and over, and that's nicely played down there by Holiday, and it's
7.99.
So yeah, requiring
7.99
is the needing 8 runs and over to win, and so the scores there. Holiday, is that Holiday going to his 50? We have them both on 49 here, and we so just waiting to see from the official scorer's point of view. I'll have a look at that now. That's very nicely lapped by Sean Morris, and that may well go to the boundary. Nobody chasing it. It is going to go to the boundary, and that is definitely his 50. And that is the bowler looking a bit upset there that there's nobody down there, but that's 50 for Sean Morris, and just gone to that 50. He moves to 53, and Holiday on around 50, and their score moves now to 106 without loss. They've got 1 extra run, yeah. Oh yeah, okay, I'm with you. And that's very nicely played, the reverse sweep from Morris, and that's going to go to the boundary as well. So Rehan Khan is coming for some punishment towards the end of this particular over, as Wales are moving to 109 without loss. So 10 off the over so far. It has been an expensive one for the UAE, and trying to just organise the field placings are the UAE. I'm just taking on some fluids there. It's a bit of a change in the field now. They've got a man here in front of us. They've got Pete Bayer here. They managed to score that 100 of 58 deliveries. That's just played to backward point, and there is no run, so Ranjit Nair off the field, and that's picked up there by Zar Khan at backward point, and just trying to keep things moving here. You hear the the encouragement there from Pitt Bayer. As I said, you might have heard in the background that the distinctive thumping sound of the Huey helicopters that work with the Working on Fire teams here in the Cape. It's that double rotor blade that makes that thumping noise, and that is felt fire smoke, or bushfire, you might want to call it, smoke that is drifting over the ground to the right of us towards the mountains in the distance. I think it might be the Jonkershoek range of mountains that are in the distance there in front of us. And it's Simon Holliday who is, according to us, on 49, but according to scores on 50, is to face. So that last over, the 20th of the innings, went for 10. It's 109 without loss here at Groot Drakenstein. And that's played straight down to Imran Kazmi here, and who's on the circle at 45, fine leg. Just to give you that field as we look around, we've got short man short at 45. It is Roshan Khan. So we've got both the Khans bowling at the moment, Roshan Khan and Rayan Khan. And the man at just being moved around even further backward. Also a long leg now position. That's beautifully played through the covers. That's gone all the way for 4. And the man at deep, I'd say he's almost at a very wideish long off. It's an interesting position. It's sort of between a deep extra cover, or not quite. It's actually is sort of a very wideish long off position, and they're all now going sort of as far as they can onto the edge of the circle. Sean Morris takes full toll of that one again. He's now moved into the 60s, and that's his 9th 4 as he's through for the bye outside the off stump, just ricocheting off the pads of the wicket keeper, and certainly looks like the heat here today is playing its part here as he Holiday has now definitely gone to his 50, which is good. We were hoping that we wouldn't have a change in the scorecard there, and it's 50 for Holiday, 61 for Morris, and 115 without loss, and we still have 2 deliveries left in the 21st over, and that's nicely played down to the man Hari Krishnan Sasidaran here at third man. 116 now without loss are Wales. It's very nicely played into the leg side, and it's picked up there by Bayer in the covers, and it is just the single. I think there's going to be a change of bowling from this side. I see Earl Cavido coming to pick up the ball from Pitt Bayer, and he's taken off his cap, and he's going to be handing that cap to umpire Chris Roos. So Earl Cavido trying to chat to him a bit earlier. The poor Earl has got a bit of laryngitis today. I think he'll be bowling left arm around the wicket. So slow left arm around the wicket. Earl Cavido, who's taking the place of Rehan Khan. So number 6 on his back, Earl. He's got Earl on his jersey. They've got the player here in front of us. Score after 21, 116 without loss. So Earl Cavido going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground. The Solms Delta Farm end. Delta Farm was the original farm here. That is short and just played into the leg side by Morris for a single. So just going to start to get into his work here, Earl Quevedo. Just give you an idea of oh, that one is outside the off stump, kept perhaps a little bit low. Holiday not quite able to get anything on that, and well fielded behind by left arm around the wicket. And Holiday tries to play that one forcibly out. He does play it forcibly out into the leg side, and it's knocked on his some good footwork there in the deep by the man at deep backward square. And just having a look at who that might be, can't quite make out. Might be Mera out there. He's got his, no, it isn't Mera, he's got glasses on. Got Mera here in the covers. Who makes the breakthrough for the UAE, and that one floated up outside the off stump. Simon Holiday comes towards the ball, plays inside the line, and cannot get bat on ball, and some great work there by the wicket keeper Rafiullah Syed, and Holiday then has to depart the scene. That wicket going down with a score on 120, and a great opening partnership by these two, Morris and Holiday, and that is the wicket of Simon Holiday. And I'll give you his stats shortly once I have them. So it be now 121 it is for the first wicket, and Holiday is out for 53, is it, or 54? We'll get to that information now for you. With 5 fours and 1 6, and very, very good work from the opening pair here of the Welsh team. 5 fours, 1 6 in that 53, shared in a 121 run partnership for the first wicket, according to, as we got it as 120 run partnership for the first wicket, and so it's 120 for one, and we are into, I think that was off the fourth ball of the 22nd over. And we have now, okay, so a couple of substitute fielder on the field for the UAE is, okay, so I just don't know who that is. We've got, it's the 12th, 13th man, which is Cook. I just need to look at his name in the lineup, but another South African in the team. You would have heard perhaps some Afrikaans being spoken there, from Piet Beyer to his fellow player Cook, and that's just nicely defended, as it's looks like Johan Roberts that's come to the crease for Wales. It's no, maybe not. Looks like Paul Hitchcock actually. That's played very nicely out into the offside, and oh, sorry, Mickey Martin, here we go. Mickey Martin has come to the crease for Wales, number 15 on his back, and Martin joins Morris as Holiday is the first man to depart, stumped by Rafiullah Syed, and stumped by Rafi, and bowled by Earl Quevedo. So the bowling change, the left arm orthodox spinner around the wicket to the right hander makes the difference, and we have another bowling change now. Number 7, it is Ranjit Nair back onto the field, and he's had some treatment for that cramp, and he's back onto the field, and he's back into the attack. So Roshan Khan been taken out of the attack, and after 1 over, Earl Quevedo there just taking the 1 wicket, the first wicket to fall, and it is now 121 for the loss of 1 wicket. All right, 121 for 1. Yeah, 121 for 1. Martin on strike. It'll be Ranjit Nair to bowl. He's just moving his field around a bit. Imran Kazmi coming down to this fine leg position for the medium pacer, and Mickey Martin trying to just to dab that one down. Martin down to the man at third man. So we have a few changes, not to the field necessarily, but to fielding positions, and just having a look at this. So it's Jason Cook as the other South African player in this team. Peter Bayer, Earl Quevedo and Jason Cook. It's nicely played by Martin, and that's an easy single down to the man at deepish and mid-off. And the men are all on the edge of the circle, so there are plenty of quick singles on offer. And what Wales are going to need, though, is to make sure they continue to bat at a very good rate at the moment, approaching 6 runs to the over. Not quite there yet. 132 would have been. They're batting at 5.5 to the over, and they'll be happy with that at the moment. They need 7. Actually need 8 and over to win this match, and that really came with the onslaught at the end from Pete Bayer, who scored a 100 of 58 deliveries. The first century for the UAE in this tournament. That's very nicely played by Morris out into the deep to the man at deep cover, and they're through for a single. So Roshan Khan out there on the boundary. So I'll run through the bowling figures of the UAE for you shortly. As it's played nicely again, straight to that man at deep cover, and they are through for another single. Morris angles it down to third man, and another single is on offer there for them. And Ranjit Nair will take his cap from umpire Darryl O'Sullivan. And I'm just going to step out for a second. I'll be back with you shortly. So you have missed nothing, as everybody, they are out and having a drink at the moment. And just to give you then the update here, so winning the toss and batting first this morning, the UAE Over-40s put on an outstanding 305 for the loss of 7 wickets. Contributions from Sudesh Sabana, who's one of the tournament's leading scorers, who got 80, taking his total for the tournament to 275, and then 100, exactly 100 not out of 58 balls from Peter Bayer, 7 fours and 8 sixes, which meant that the UAE in the last 15 overs scored over 150. In fact, it was 155 in the last 15 overs to really, it looks like, take the game away from Wales, who had come back so well. It's very hot here in Groot-Drakenstein in the Franschhoek Valley. Just bowling figures from the Welsh team. Probably best of the bowlers, Sean Morris, 2 for 51 with 1 maiden in his 9 overs. Gareth Edwards, who was on a hat-trick off the last ball of the innings when the catch was dropped by wicket-keeper Neil Harris, to not give him that hat-trick, and chatted to him a bit at the luncheon interval. And yes, would have been nice, he said, to have got the hat-trick. In the context of the game, wasn't necessarily that important, but you never know in terms of how this is going. Wales are at the moment, after 23 overs in their chase, 125. We believe it's 125. The official scores have it at 126. We'll give you the 125 for 1. Just lost their first wicket, Simon Holliday, for a very well played 53 off 59. So the chase now is certainly on. If you look at the comparative numbers after 23 overs, in fact it is identical. So 125 for 1 the UAE, 125 for 1 Wales, and really is a very interesting match we have ahead here. So still 22 overs to go. We're pretty much halfway through, and Wales chasing 306 to win this match, as we hear the planes and the helicopters of working on fire, as we have a fire to the north of us here at probably more to the northwest of us here at the ground here, and not threatening us. It's quite some way away, but certainly here the helicopters coming in, trying to put that out before it becomes a blaze. And just to give you some information then on other matches that are happening elsewhere today in this Veterans League of South Africa. We're watching this match, and just it looks as if India now have taken a couple of wickets against Sri Lanka. 271 for 7 India, 128 for 5 Sri Lanka. Namibia 234 for 5 against Zimbabwe, or 155 for 3. New Zealand are marching towards victory, it looks like, against South Africa. They're 161 for 3 after being in a whole lot of trouble at 30 odd for 3. And just there it is Marshall and Murrah that are getting the runs, both of them in their 70s. Scott Murrah 74, James Marshall 71, and Dan Steyer has been the destroyer mostly in chief there for South Africa, 2 for 34 at New Zealand. Unless something happens there, look like they are going to take that victory in what is the table topping match in this particular group or division, Division B. And let's just get back to the other scorecards. England versus Australia, a big match there. Australia chasing England's 102 for 4, so that looks like a very interesting game after 26 overs. So everything to play for there. This game here we're going to continue with now, and so that all the scores from all around the grounds. I think the only one we didn't give you, sorry, is the USA chasing 230 to win against their northern neighbours Canada. Canada 229 for 5. USA currently 142 for 4. It looks as if that one is very delicately poised. So some interesting results potentially ahead today, which could alter the outcome of the tournament. And it's good from Quevedo into his second over now, Earl Quevedo. And he has certainly made an impact there with that wicket of Simon Holliday in the last over. That's tickled out into the leg side, and there's almost a run and off for every single ball at the moment. Fielders are either out in the deep, or they are inside, or just inside the circle, on the edge of the circle. So it's a very widespread field, and tempted was Sean Morris to come down there and try and loft this one over the man at mid-on. So the temptation is there. You've got Hari Krishnan Sasidaran at mid-on. He's going back onto the edge of the circle now. A widespread field otherwise. And he does take that man on, but it's just going to be the single. He comes in from the edge of the circle and fields. Got Pete Bayer here in front of us at long on side field. It's also nicely played. That's going to go down to Pete Bayer here, and they're going back for the second. That's very good running as Mickey Martin plays that very nicely past the man at mid-on. Bayer does some good fielding coming around from his long off position. So we've got a man at 45 on the offside, sort of short third man. We've got a man at backward point, got an extra cover, we've got a deep cover on the boundary, so 5-4 offside leg side field for the left arm Earl Kavida, who's turning it away from the right-handed batter Mickey Martin. And at the end of that over, 5 off it, 130 for the loss of 1 are Wales. So 24 gone, 130 for 1. It's game on here at Groot Drakenstein Sports Club. Lots of cricket happening around the country in South Africa today, and 4-day competition is coming to an end over the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. And news there from the 4-day series is that Western Province have secured a victory against the Dolphins. That's beautifully played by that is Sean Morris, but only out to the cover fielder on the offside. They're through for 1, and Morris is into his late in his sort of the higher 60s. I thought maybe he was into his 70s already, but he's in the late 60s there, and it'd be interesting try and see what the situation might be there with that 4-day competition. That's nicely played by Mickey Martin, but only as far as I think it's Vijay Mehra out in the covers. Mehra, who's been patrolling that cover region all day today, all innings, and that's into the gap between backward point and cover. Pete Bayer is around and fields very well. I had a bit of a chat with Pete after his fantastic innings of 100 off just 58 balls, and just asked him about how it felt out there, and he said initially it was a bit difficult, it was very hot, and then that's very nicely played, just in the air, just bounces short of the man at mid-on, and maybe a bit of heart in mouth there for Sean Morris. I thought he'd hit that better than he had done, and that's Rayan Khan. Just on, he's now moving back down to a long on position. So some interesting fielding positions, and that's played very deftly down to third man, but Hari Krishnan Sasidaran is there, and he bowls it back into his keeper and captain Rafiullah Syed. So Rafi on his back, R-A-F-I. 133 for 1 Wales, and they are certainly making a contest of this. Are Wales still have a lot of work to do. Jay, what's that run rate required is 8.58, so yeah, Sydney, if we look at it, they are on a par with pretty much where the UAE were at the same time, as Rajiv Nair finishes his 6th over. 6 overs, 0 for 19. Has been very economical. El Cavido just a 2. So looks like Nair. No wonder they wanted to get him back on the pitch. The UAE, Rajiv Nair, he's been very economical, and always good to wanting to make sure that he continues with this economy for them. And whilst the comparisons here after 25 overs now, it's 133 for the loss of 1 are Wales, and comparative stage after 25, 129 for 1, the UAE. Was that onslaught late on by the man fielding directly in front of us, Pete Bayer, that made sure that the UAE got to that huge total of 305 for 9, as this one is signalled wide down the leg side, and he'll have to bowl that one again. Will Earl Quevedo. Has been quite a disciplined bowling performance so far from the UAE, it must be said. Oh, there's a full go at that one, does Sean Morris, trying to play across the line to one that's wide outside the off stump. There's a bit of a gap here over the man at mid-on. That one tossed up, and he's playing that one beautifully into the cover region, but straight to the man on the boundary. And that is that out there. That is Khan, Far Khan.
8.69. 5.33.
That's short, and it's just played. He missed out there, did Mickey Martin. He'll point, backward square leg, who does excellent work in the field. Looks like Biju Pillay there. That is definitely Biju Pillay. And just moving him around. You can hear Vijay Mehra helping to direct the traffic on the field. So, a number of people with roles to play here in this UAE team. And again, just has to wait for that one. Can't take the risk of coming out of his crease, can Mickey Martin. That's just tossed up beautifully outside the off stump. Not short enough to play the cut, not full enough to play the drive. He's played the drive on that one. It's wide of the man at cover, but he's through quite quickly to pick it up, is Far Khan, and they're through for a single. Zarkhan, sorry, Zarkhan, not Far Khan. Zarkhan. Let's have a closer look here at Earl Quevedo as he bowls, and that's fully pitched up, and it's played through the gap at between square leg and deep mid wicket, and they get 4, and that's the first boundary for a little while here for the Welsh team, and that's another boundary to Sean Morris. Morris now moves into the 70s. He's in the 70s already, was on 74. He's got 10 fours and 1 6. And the 1 6 for Sean Morris. 74 he's got off 83 deliveries, so batting at a very good strike rate. Sean Morris in the high 80s, and really good to see this chase here from Wales. They are certainly not going to lie down here without a fight, Wales, at the end of that over. Then from Earl Quevedo, scores moved on to 140 for the loss of 1, and that is a very good boundary for them. 7 off the over, with the required rate running up close to 9 now, and they'll be feeling that they too can possibly score at a rate of close to 10 and over, with wickets in hand for those last 15 overs, and we are approaching that area now. In the 27th over, Wales 141. No, 140? Is it 141? Okay, 140, sorry, yes, just a single of this over so far. That's a huge appeal, and the finger goes up. In fact, Morris is walking, and he knows he got the edge, and it is Ranjiv Nair that's got that wicket. Man, it came back onto the field after being off with very bad cramps. Come back on, he's taken the crucial wicket, caught behind. It's Sean Morris that has to go, and that's a big blow for the Welsh team. Morris 74 off 84 deliveries, and really good innings from him, and Wales will be desperately disappointed losing their second wicket with the score on 141, as it's now 141 for the loss of 2. A very good innings from Sean Morris, and he does have to go with the score now. With overs bowled is 26.2 overs. The second ball of that over, 26.2 overs, and the second wicket falls, that of Sean Morris. Caught well by Rafiullah Syed, the wicket-keeper and captain of the UAE. Very well caught down the offside. Let's see who's coming to the crease now. It may well be... let's see, who have we got here? Is it... looks like it might be Nick Morgan coming to the crease to join Mickey Martin. Morgan, who scored a very good 50 against South Africa on Monday. He's been in some form already. Let's see if it is Morgan. It looks like Morgan. It is indeed Morgan, another right-handed batter for the Welsh team. And he's just taking his guard now from umpire Darryl O'Sullivan, and he's taken middle. I don't know if it is Nair bowling. It's a change of, not a change of bowling, just telling you how many balls are left in this over. Nicely played into the leg side by Morgan. There's no run there though. So Ranjit Nair has been the key bowler here for the UAE into his 7th over, just going at an economy rate of 3.1, 3.2 to the over. That's just tickled into the leg side, but Zahar Khan is there, and he prevents any thought of a run. This time though there will be a run. Nick Morgan off the mark with that one played down to mid-on, a deepish mid-on position, and that's fielded there by Rehan Khan. So 3 Khans here in this UAE team. Got Roshan Khan, Rehan Khan and Zahar Khan. Just played into the offside. A very good over. This comes to an end by Ranjit Nair, and it is the UAE who have now struck a huge blow against the Welsh team. Nick Morgan is the run rate now is climbed over, run rate required climbed to 9.1 and over, as they go to 142 for the loss of 2, just by means of a comparison after 27 overs. It was 134 for 2, the UAE, but chasing, one feels it's going to be a little bit more difficult. These two have got to get themselves set, and then Morgan as you heard earlier on. If you were with us earlier on, you might have heard Owain Hopkins and Dylan McPhee chatting to me earlier on from Wales, saying that Nick Morgan or Sean Morris, probably the two batters at the most, and even that could hit out. Paul Hitchcott they were also talking about, and it's Earl Quevedo yet again, and he's also had a very good spell so far. Quevedo, 3.1 overs, 1 for 16. Oh, it's nicely tickled down the leg side. It'll definitely be 2, and Mickey Martin's looking to come back for 3, and he'll definitely get them. That's very good running from the Welsh, and Martin in particular. He's really run well there to get that 3, and he gets the thumbs up from his teammate Nick Morgan. Quevedo just straying down the leg side, and it wasn't hit with enough pace to go to the boundary, but it trickled down, and slow enough for a big chase from Rafiullah Syed, the captain. As we've got a bit of a change now. No, we don't have a change. Still got all the men either forward or just slightly backward of square on the leg side. Easy run down to Hari Krishnan Sisadaran at mid-on. So on the leg side we've got a man at square leg, we've got a man, deep square, a man at cow corner there. Really it's a sort of a straightish deep mid-wicket, man at mid-wicket and a man at mid-on. On the offside we've got 2 fielders on the boundary, a long off and a man at deep extra cover, and that's once again played to Hari Krishnan Sisadaran. There is another single easily on offer, but singles, they need singles, and possibly now getting to the point where they might need 2 boundaries and over Wales as the wind comes up here. So a bit of a breeze coming up here at Brockenstein. And that's very nicely played into the covers. Zar Khan does the fielding, and he is there at sort of cover point, I would say, and they're through for another single. So end of that over for Wales now. 148, 6 off it, and 148 for the loss of 2. So whilst they say sometimes comparisons are odious, if we look at the comparatives, Wales are actually ahead at the moment of where the UAE were, but this is the time when Peter Baer came in at number 5. It's 3 wickets down, so that the UAE then, after that 3rd wicket fell, then had Baer in at strike, and he took full toll of the Welsh tiring, it must be said, tiring Welsh attack. Surprisingly, Ranjit and there to continue, and Martin just tucks things down the leg side to the man at mid-on. That's Rehan, and they take a single. There's plenty of gaps on the leg side, and that is 1 for the over, not above the head, so not signalled wide. A surprise short delivery. Nick tries to do something with it, but he can't get anything on it. That's very well played out into the covers, and just calmly fielded there by Vijay Mehra, and they are through for yet another single. So Wales know, they know at this stage that run rate creeping up towards the 10 runs and over, and the longer they leave it there, so when are they going to start to launch? That's very nicely played, but straight to Pete Baer, and he knocks it on, does the South African UAE resident, man who scored 100 off 58 deliveries earlier on. 305 for 9 it was. The UAE for 7 in their 50 overs. 45 overs. And the Welsh chasing that. Coming towards the end of the second power play, where 4 players are allowed outside the circle, are at the moment on comparison ahead of both runs and wickets point of view, but the onslaught of Bayer was sustained over 15 overs, and he got to 100 off 58 to get the UAE to that total. Martin, who's been nudging the ball around very nicely, probably will be playing the sheet anchor role here for Wales if they are to get to this total. Rajit Nair's got something else to say about that, as that's nicely played. Just as I said, nudging it around down to Hari Krishnan down here at third man, where he's been positioned for most of the innings so far. Playing those little shots either on the leg side or just rotating the strike down, particularly down to third man, Mickey Martin, and he's almost imperceptibly gone to 14 off 20. Doesn't have a boundary as yet. Nick Morgan on 7 off 11, and they'll want to now start looking at this and saying, okay, how do we get there? As we get a nice wave there from Pitt into our roving camera. We've got Neo on roving camera, got Java here on the scorecard, and our producer Nonkululeko here from Pitch Vision. And that's beautifully played through the cover field. That is, I think, going to go all the way. Pitt can give that up now, Pitt Bayer, and he does. And so the first boundary, that is, off the bat of Mickey Martin, and the first boundary for a few overs now for the team from Wales. And full toss outside the off stump, just losing it a little bit there. El Quevedo just probably slipping out of his hand, didn't have the control, and it was played very nicely through the offside for 4. On that, so El Quevedo there, risking his laryngitis with that cry of leg before wicket appeal to the umpire. Chris Ruiz is going to have nothing to do with it. That nudge down the leg side. I think they'll get 2 there again. They do indeed. It's quick running from Mickey Martin. He's back very easily in the end and running through very well. Martin so far has really been looking for those extra runs, and him and Morgan just hoping their fitness will keep them going here in the heat of Kruger State this afternoon. And that's nicely played into the cover region. I think they'll get 2 here as well. They will, because Zar Khan is only getting to that ball now, and the ball's not even halfway to the stumps, and they're back for another 2. So it's been a very good over for the Welsh so far. They've gone to their 150 in this over. I think off the first ball of the over, was the previous over they got there. So the previous over they got there. Apologies for that. That one, it beats the outside edge of Mickey Martin's bat. So got to their 150 in the 29th over. Now into the 30th over. 8 off this one so far. And that's tickled into the leg side by Martin, who's had a cap on for his entire innings so far. Helmet being worn by Nick Morgan, which makes it a lot easier to identify. And elsewhere in the world, just got a notification now that the first ball is about to be bowled in the Women's Premier League in India. So a lot of cricket happening around the world, a lot of cricket happening domestically in South Africa. And at the end of the second power play, the score now 1. After 30 overs it was, the UAE was sitting at 150 for the loss of 3. So it's Martin on strike to Ranjit Nair, and that's going to be a run easily down to Roshan Khan. Is that Rayan or Roshan? I think that's Rayan actually. Rayan Khan it is, number 73, whose face is plastered with suntan cream, which is not surprising on a day as hot as this. The heat may have really caused, and summer causing a fire here to the sort of northwest of us at this beautiful ground. We've been hearing the helicopters and planes all afternoon as they seek to put out this fire before it blazes. Fan. That's up in the air, but I think it's is it going to be safe? I don't know. I think he doesn't take it. So the wicket keeper Rafula gets underneath it. It was his catch. It went very high in the air, and in the end I think the wind swirling just took it away from him. A very tough one to take there for the wicket keeper, and just diving. He'll be very disappointed with that. I think they went through for a single off that. Just ball in the air, just trying to hit it over the offside. There is Vijay Mehra there at directing traffic. That's just tickled down to Imran Kazmi here, whose foot was on the boundary as he picked that one up. And that should have been 4. That should have been signal 4 by the umpire Chris Russ at square leg, not picking up the fact that that was the field was actually on the rope there. But yeah, that's a difficult one to call. No television replays, of course. He couldn't see, and half a peel outside the off stump, but nothing happening there. And so with that one down the leg side, I think they got through for 2 though. So what ball was that? That was ball number 3 in the 30.3, right? So sometimes the margins in cricket are very small. Oh, and Martin trying to just play that one again, nudging it or playing it through the gap on the offside, maybe through that backward point area, and not able to get to that. And so the end of 31, it's 166 for 2, and this is the time at which the UAE started to launch. So 10 runs ahead are the Wales team, and they are a wicket less that has fallen. But this was when the man who's coming to stand in front of us here, Peter Bayer, this is when he started to launch and took his team to 305 for the loss of 7 so far. So 10 runs ahead after 31 overs are Wales, but to get to this massive target they're now going to need exactly 140 of the last 14 overs. So they have 14 overs left to play. They're going to have to bat at exactly 10 runs and over. My calculation is exactly the calculation that Java has on his screen. So we're aligned on that one. Just nicely played, and Mickey Martin will definitely come back for 2. And Harry, they're going to get 3 here. I think they will get 3, as just taking his eye off the ball potentially is Harikrishnan Sisadaran trying to get to that one, understandably so, and to prevent a second he failed to get down, and it's through for 3. As now the lead side is going to be signalled wide by umpire Chris Royce. Very nicely played, but that's straight to the man at backward point. That's Rayan Khan. There's no run there. And Mickey Martin gets set back by Nick Morgan. Dot ball. And he manages to get back in time. They want to run for everything now. They want to try and get as many as they can off every single over, as the run rate's likely to increase dramatically. And that's played nicely. They'll just the one this time as it gets to Zar Khan very quickly, and he tosses that one in very nicely to the bowler. And that's played straight to the man at extra cover. That is Vijay Mehra, number 4 on his back. Beautifully played down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 4. It's into the sight screen, under the sight screen in front of us, and over behind us here. Our scorer Java has gone there to have a look and see if he can help to find that ball. Certainly a lot cooler for us under the trees here than it is for the players in the field. And another boundary to Wales. They'll be very happy with that this over so far. Then having gone 4-9, and that's what they're looking for. And they're getting them in this stage in quite a cultured way. Looked like Cavido just got his hand on that. It went onto the stumps, but Mickey Martin was very alive to that and not moved out of his crease, or if he had, he'd got back in. His bat firmly in the crease there, and that is now the end of the over. Batters just asking for a drink to come out quickly, and the score at the end of that over, 9 off it, 175 for the loss of 2, and so needing 131 to win off 13 overs, and they are still now they're now 15 ahead of where the UAE were at the same time. It is so it's going to be now the start of the 33rd over. 175 for the loss of 2. So change of bowling. That's just played very nicely, but straight to the man here at backward point, and that is number 6, Earl Cavido. Some good fielding, Earl Cavido. That's nicely played out into the offside, and Kavita does the fielding yet again. It's Roshan Khan who's returned into the attack, replacing Ranjit Nair. Ranjit Nair has been by far the most economical bowler for the UAE today. Oh, has a go outside the off stump, but not quite across enough now to get to that one. Oh, that's very nicely played, and that's but it is going to get well fielded there by Hari here on the boundary. Hari Krishnan Sasidaran did really well there to get round and stop that one going for a boundary. Just the two that they got there, and that's straight to Kavita, but they're through easily for a single. So that's 3 off the over so far, and they'll be wanting to increase this to plenty more, one would think, if they can. Yeah, it's very nicely played. That is going to probably run away for 4 unless Hari Krishnan doesn't get to it, and that is a 4. That's a very good boundary for Mickey Martin and for Wales. And to say they're really at this stage, they're going about this run chase in quite a they're not certainly hitting the ball out of the ground at all, but they're playing along this fast outfield, and they are able to find the gaps quite often, and that takes the score now after 33 overs. They're into the 170s, the 180s. Sorry, that we'll get the score for you now at the end of 33. So all to play for here in this match between the UAE and Wales, as we're going to have a change of bowling. It's going to be Biju Pillay. It's going to be coming in away from us, should I say, not coming in towards us, but away from us here at the northern end of the ground, the Solms Delta Farm end towards the R45 end. And at the end of this over, I have some important information for you. Score's gone now to just get that score for you shortly. That's wideish outside the off stump, not wide enough to be called wide, as the right arm, the right-handed over the wicket Biju Pillay is going to be bowling away from us. That's shortish and played very nicely down to Earl Kavito, and there isn't 2 there, and it's excellent work in the field by Earl Kavito, and you can hear the calls from his teammates, and they're all shouting here, no 2s, no 2s, these ones that are coming in to the deep. Once again down the leg side, it's a wide ball from Biju Pillay. Just updating the scorecard here for you. So at the end of 33, it was 183 for the loss of 2, and into the 34th over. That's played straight, but it actually goes off the foot of Roshan Khan, but there's protection in the deep. Hari Krishnan Sidasaran does the fielding. Just Kavito in very quickly to try and prevent any thought of a second run. He does so very successfully, does the left armour. Oh, that's very delicately played by Martin, but that's straight to Rehan Khan. at backward point, more like 45, is at a shortish third man position, and Biju is going to be bowling yet again. Another delicate shot from Morgan, and so once again of this over not to the required rate, and that required rate is going up all the time, and so after 34 overs it is that we're going to be getting to now, 188, and so 5 off that over, and the guys will get to it now. We're trying to get to the right, we're just updating the scorecard. So 188, then in 11 overs they need 118 in 11 overs. Yeah, 118 off 11. Yeah, 118 off 11 is required for Wales to win this game, and there is the final drinks break taking place at the moment. We will also take a drink, but just a reminder before we do take that drink that this tournament is being organised by International Masters Cricket in association with the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, and it really is a fantastic event taking place here in South Africa, in and around Cape Town, South Africa. We're out in the Winelands area between Franschhoek and Paarl today at Groot Drakenstein Sports Club, and this competition is proudly sponsored by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. That's Sisonke, Sisonke, and you can find them at www.sisonketours.co.za. Brought to you by the City of Cape Town, Vita 24 Vitamin Boost drink, and I've been sipping on mine throughout the afternoon, so we can bring you this commentary. The Devil's Peak Beer Company, and I definitely haven't been sipping on any of that this afternoon while I'm bringing this broadcast to you, but we will be partaking of that later once the match is over. And Pitch Vision bringing you the visuals, and just really the broadcast all here being brought to you by Pitch Vision, a sponsor of this event, and it's wonderful to be here with my production team, Nonkululeko, the producer. We've got Nao on the roving camera, and then we've got Java, who's here as the scorer, and it's been really wonderful to bring this through to you today. With me, James King, the Cape Fox, and I am the commentator for this particular match. You might have gathered that. And it's also sponsored by SM Cricket and the communications and telecoms in the background, and other internet services provided to the tournament by Softphone VIP. And just going to take a bit of a drink, and we'll be back with you after this break. So welcome back to us here as we see the first ball from Roshan Khan after the final drinks break of this match, and this is going to be fireworks now. We've got 11 overs to go. We've got 118 it is to win, so that is that calculation is nearly 11 and over. That's played straight back down the ground, and that's going to run away for 4. It's a straight 4 on the umpire, Darryl O'Sullivan, getting out of the way as Nick Morgan plays that one forcibly down the offside, and they know exactly what's required. These two, Morgan moves to 25 of 25 deliveries. He's got 2 4s, as does Michael Martin, 34 of 38 with the 2 4s. These two came together with a score on 141, and that means that with that 4 they go to their 50 partnership. So very well played by these two. They put on 52 now for this, the third wicket, so 50 partnership for Morgan and Martin, and earlier on it was Morris and Holiday that put together 120 for the first wicket to set up this chase for Wales. That Morgan had a go at that. Ranjit Nair, who's taken the catch. It has been for a while Hari Krishna and Sid Hassan, but it is in fact Ranjit Nair who takes the catch down here, and not quite getting the full face of the bat onto that Nick Morgan as he looks to accelerate, which is exactly what Wales has to do, and he's got to go back to the pavilion as Wales lose their third wicket with a score on 193. So he gets the 4 in the over, but unfortunately for Wales he has to go, and that is 34.3 overs that have been bowled. So a very good partnership between these two. Just 8 overs scoring the 50 runs, so they have done well to keep Wales in the hunt, and it is going to be up to Mickey Martin and whoever is joining him. And have a look at that now to see who is joining him. I think that is Paul. Yeah, it is indeed Paul Hitchcock that is joining him. Paul and his brother Adam in this team. Paul Hitchcock, number 11. Looks like he is coming out to the crease. They still have, it is indeed Paul Hitchcock coming to the crease. So that wicket of Morgan falling with a score on 193. It was 193, was it? 189. That's some good running there, but I think if that had been a direct hit, Hitchcock might have been a bit short. So they're through for 2 there, and so it's 6 off the over so far. It is indeed Vijay Mehra. He's been patrolling that cover region for most of the day. Once again, nicely played by Martin, should I say, out into the deep, but there's only time for 1 on this occasion. The end of a successful over by Roshan Khan. He gets the wicket of the dangerous Nick Morgan, and Morgan will have to get his numbers for you shortly once we have that opportunity. I'll get his numbers, but the third wicket falling for Wales. They are still in this contest though, 197 for the loss of 3. We have 10 overs left. It means they're going to have to score at 10.9 and over to win this contest, just under the 11 runs per over. We could be seeing some fireworks in the next little while. It's Biju away from us, and looking to just lap that, and he does indeed lap it down on the leg side is Martin, and they'll come back for 2. and just didn't get enough on it to get to the 3, and that I think the crowd thinking perhaps that they've got there to 200, but it's 199 for the loss of 3 now. We've got 199 for 3. Yeah, and 199 for 3. And that will be the 200, as that's played very forcibly out on the leg side, and I think that's gone for 4. The fielder there in the deep trying to get his foot down to stop that one. That is Sudesh Sabana, and just can't cut that one off as he goes back into his stumps. Does Martin. Martin now moves into the 40s with that boundary, and so there's 5 already off this over. And just, it's fine. He laps that one again, very fine. I think that might go to the boundary. In fact, it does indeed go to the boundary. So a very expensive over so far for the UAE. As Nick Morgan, 25 of 26 delivers with 2 4s, so 25 of 26 with 2 4s, no 6s, and it's Mickey Martin who's leading the charge here. He's well into his 40s now. He's got 45, it's 10 off the over so far, 207 for the loss of 3, 3 balls gone in the over, 10 off the over. There's a fielding change, which is unsurprising. Sorry? Got 9 overs and 3 balls. 11 runs and over is required for the win here for Wales, and Martin plays that very nicely through the offside. Just going to be 1, and that's 11 off this over so far, just off the 3 balls. So excitement, tension here building at Kurt Drakenstein.
98.
10.5 and over, not, yeah, 10.5 and over. This is. It's played hard out to Ranjit Nair here by Paul Hitchcott, and Nair took a very good catch. That ball going off the edge of Nick Morgan's bat. He came in from his position at third man in the previous over and took a good catch. And Martin once again playing it out into the offside to Zarkhan on the boundary, and they go through for the single. So the 200 coming up off the first ball of the second ball of the 36th over. $210 for the loss of 3 at the end of that over. 13 off the over there, so 210 for 3 at the same time after 36 overs. UAE 193 for 4. We hadn't started to see the full weight of the carnage yet from Pete Bayer, and Peter Bayer is leading the charge here in the field. He's keeping his teammates G'd up, just trying to make sure that they are all aware of what's happening as Mickey Martin calls for the helmet. It's going to be, I'm going to have some pace coming in from the R45 end of the ground, the southern end of the ground, and is indeed, we are going to have pace. Who is going to be bowling? I'm just going to wait to see who it is. Must be one of the opening bowlers. Who is it? Okay, we'll see who the bowler is now. And that's just played straight down his Khan. It's Roshan Khan again. Roshan Khan now into his 6th over. So I've used a fair number of bowlers have the UAE. good over so far, just the one off it. Two balls bowled. That's good glove work there by captain of the UAE, Rafiullah Syed. Rafi on his back, very nice man. Having a chat to him earlier on today, just after the toss, and wish them well. He's really animated in the field, batted well this morning. It's nice to play by Martin. They could get two there, and side against it, just the one. Hitchcock is on strike. Roshan Khan is bowling 13. It's played nicely by Hitchcock. It's straight. Man at long on. I think that is Earl Cavido out there. It is indeed Earl Cavido out there, getting used to the to what these players look like. Now, that's in the leg side. I don't think Imran Khan's going to prevent two there, and they are going to come back for two. Mickey Martin's been very quick with his running, and that's excellent running from Martin. Indeed, he goes through for two. That's the end of the over. 6 off that over, and that's his 50. Indeed, 50 for Mickey Martin. He moves to 51 off 48 deliveries with 4 fours and a big innings. This is for Wales. So that is the third 50 of the innings for Wales. This is their highest total, I think, already of the tournament, moving to 216 for 3. I may be wrong about that. In fact, yesterday I think they did score more, but at this rate they are definitely going to get the highest total of the tournament. They have 8 overs to go. They have 90 runs exactly to get. They have to bat now at 11.25 runs to the over to get these runs. Can they do it, or can the UAE, with Sadish Sabana coming in from the bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Solms Delta farm end here at Dragonstein? What is he going to be able to do? Go to Port Hitchcock, and Hitchcock plays that full toss into the air, and it's just going to bounce safely over the bowler's head, and it's a no ball. It's signalled no ball by the square leg umpire Daryl O'Sullivan. It's a free hit. So 1 run plus the no ball, 2 already off the over. Free hit for Mickey Martin. What's he going to do with this? He plays it into the cover. It's only going to be 1. It's fielded by Vijay Mehra. You may be upset about that. Good delivery from Sadish there. But Sudi on his back. That's again played down the ground, but it'll be easily fielded by Ranjit Nair in front of us. So it's very nicely cultured shot outside the off stump by Martin. They will definitely get 2 there. He's easily back for 2 is Martin, and Hitchcock. Ball coming into the bowler's end. So the extra ball here perhaps making the difference for Wales. Only 3 bowled in this over so far. They already have 6 off this over. So they're halfway there to getting what they need in the over. 222 for 3. Every Welshman around the world having their feet up at the moment. Double Nelson, and that is tries to play the reverse sweep into the gap that is there. There is a third man sort of halfway to the boundary. It's quite straight, and then there is a gap between him and the backward point. The field is widespread, trying to cover all the bases. Happy to give away 2 here, the UAE, but not 4. That's well fielded by the bowler on his follow through. Martin looks disappointed. You sense there's a big shot coming here. Just as the 1 ball left in the over, and what's he going to do with this one? Yeah, he plays that out. He's just going to take the single, which I think is the wisest thing to do. For him, it's Bayer in front of us here, who collects and fields just a 7 off the over on that one. 223 for the loss of 3 after 38 overs. So 38 overs gone. 217 for 4 were the UAE. 223 for 3. So wicket in hand. Can they do it? Can Wales defy the odds and get over the line here, or are the UAE going to defend this total of theirs of 305? You would think that is the most distinct possibility, but this is cricket and anything can happen. That is played out. It's very nicely played by Hitchcock. I think they'll go through for 2 here. They will indeed. Played into the deep. The man comes around. That's Earl Cavido. He comes around from his position at long on, and they're through for 2. And certainly taking some strain there in the heat now is Mickey Martin. May have to get some more fluids on board. Looks all right now though. So Hitchcock facing 2 balls gone in this over. Hitchcock plays that beautifully, but it's very well fielded. He takes, comes out of his crease, makes some room, hits it hard, but it's well fielded by the bowler Roshan Khan, and he's feeling that in his hand right now. You can see him ringing that right hand of his, but he's prevented a certain boundary, it looked like, off that one, and that goes past him this time, and not able to get down to that one. Four balls gone, 4 runs off the over. They need something big here to Wales. Oh, he's bowled him. That's Mickey Martin who has to go, unfortunately, for the Welsh team, and he's really done a great job for them, Martin. 55 off 55 deliveries in the end it was for him, batting at a runner ball, and just the 4 boundaries. He ran a huge amount in that innings, and really is showing. He was struggling a little bit, one felt, in the heat, but what an amazing innings from him to keep his team in the hunt. It's Paul Hitchcock who is taking on some more liquids there. He's going to be the one now, and is it his brother Adam, I think, coming out to join him now at the crease? Is that it is indeed Adam Hitchcock. So the Hitchcock brothers will have the task here of taking their team over the line, as he's bowled there by Roshan Khan. A great effort this from Wales to try and get to this total. 3 50s in the innings, and a very good 25 from Nick Morgan, but it may not be enough, as 4 runs off this over. 226 for the loss of 4. They put on 33, did these two in virtually no time. It's 38 overs and 5 deliveries that have been bowled now, and a good wicket there for Roshan Khan. That's very nicely played down the ground, and they go through for the single. So good fielding there. So it's the end of the over. Successful one for the UAE. Just a 5 off that over and another wicket. So was it 5 or 4 off the over? 4 I think it was off the over. 227 for the loss of 4. So very good over for the UAE. And 39 gone. So we've got 6 overs left. There is 80, in fact 79 needed for the win. That's 13 and over. That is required by the Welsh to win this match, and for the first time in a while they've now fallen. In fact, they're still ahead. The end of 39 overs, 227 for 4. They're exactly 1 run ahead of where the UAE were at the same point in time. But now, what is needed are boundaries, and they need to hit at least 1 or 2 boundaries. 2 boundaries and over will do this for the Welsh. It might need more than that, and it's Adam Hitchcock who has got the task against Sadish. And that looks like it's wide outside the off stump. Goes for that. Umpire Chris Ross, as he has done for most of the afternoon, keeps his arms right in front of him by his side. $227 for 4. 5 overs and 5 balls left. 79 needed to win. It's a tough ask for Wales. He has a go at that one, does Adam Hitchcock, quite rightly so. He's got to now. He may not have much in the tank as far as aggressive batters are concerned, but it's going to require something special from one of these two. Owen Hopkins still probably to bat. That is well played out into the cover region. That's good fielding by Imran Kazmi there. Wales not looking like they are going to get to this target at this stage, but anything can happen. That's played across the line, but there's a man down there. It's Rehan Khan. He tosses that one back in to the bowler. Good over so far. Just the 3 runs off it. After this, 5 overs left, yeah. That's a very good delivery, and just ricocheting off the pads, I think, of the keeper onto the stumps, but was Paul Hitchcock in his crease. Only 3 so far off the over. This has to travel. It's travelling, but it's down here in front of us to Pit Bayer. He's not going to make a mistake with that, and gets behind it, and that is only 4 off the over, and they needed 10 more in that over than just the 4. 231 for the loss of 4 after 40. So they need 75 off the last 5 overs. That's 15 and over. And for the first time now, it is Wales that have fallen behind the rate. Now, this was the over which Paul Hitchcock conceded. That was the over, the 40th over of the innings. Paul Hitchcock conceded 24 for Wales. So just 4 here that they scored. So they're now 18 behind that run rate, and it's going to require something exceptionally special to get over the line. They can, however, hold their heads high in terms of their chase. It's Russia, and that is appeal for stumping, and not given by umpire Chris Ross. And I think Rafi there probably a little bit upset about that. I thought it had bowled him perhaps for a minute, but it wasn't. It was taken behind, and the bail's taken off, but no response from umpire Chris Ross at that here. The umpire at this end, standing at square leg. That's just bouncing in front of Earl Cavido at long on, and there is no run. Oh, sorry, there's one run, should I say? Sorry. And Adam on strike, both the Hitchcock brothers at the crease. Adam on strike, Paul at the strike at the non-striker's end. Towards us now will be Roshan Khan. That's hit, and that's hit very well. That's going to go one bounce four. That's exactly what Wales are needing at the moment. In to the pad's leg side, and he swings it away, does Adam Hitchcock. That's what he needs to do. And that really was a nasty one for the wicket keeper. That might have been actually did hit the ball there, so it was hit by the batter, and he just gets something behind it to prevent it being coming down fine here on this the offside. That's very nicely played, and that is not going to go to. Oh, it is going to go to the boundary. It's missed there by Earl Cavido, and that is really well hit by Paul Hitchcock, and just picking that one up from outside the off stump, playing it down to the deep, wideish, long on area, and he gets another boundary. So this over ending up very well for the Welsh. 10 off it so far. They need 15 and over to win here, and it really is tight for them at the moment. We've got Nick Morgan and Simon Holliday in front of us, and very good innings there by Simon earlier on, and by Nick, very good 50. So it is really tight one here. 15 or more, in fact more now needed to win for over. I think what's it up to now, over 17 now, but a good over that was for 16 and over, needed off the last 4, so it's still doable. It's tight, but it may it's going down to the wire. This is the highest score Wales have scored in the tournament so far. 242 it is for 4. Adam Hitchcock on strike, and that is just off the pad, and the glove of the keeper Rafi just dislodging the bails there. No appeal, and just waiting for the stumps to be reset. So we have 3 overs and 5 balls left. We have 64 to win. So it was exactly 16 and over at the beginning of this over. That's a big hit, and I think Pete Bayer's going to take. No, he's not going to even attempt the catch. Wisely so, perhaps. Doesn't want the boundary to be scored here, and just takes the single. Some good work behind the stumps there by Rafiullah Sayed, but it's given not out by umpire Daryl O'Sullivan. Good over this so far from Sudesh Sabana. Just the one off it, and we'll be looking at some of the scores. Did South Africa lose to New Zealand today? We don't know that yet. That's very nicely played. It'll just be the single though. Not going to go through for 2. Bayo's got a good arm. 2 balls left, just 2 so far off the over. My memory serves me correctly, that's not enough, and these 2 have to go for 6s if you feel Wales have a chance of stealing this. That's just bunted out back to, in fact, just down to the left of the bowler, and every run is precious, but it's going to take something really special now. Not giving them anything to hit, nothing short at the moment, which can be levered away on the leg side. And that is levered away on the leg side, but it's not going to beat the fielder who's there at a deepish forward square leg, and that's only the 4 off the over, as Wales needing now to score 60 off the last 3 overs, 20 runs needed per over. You feel that is just a bridge too far for them. They've done exceptionally well so far in this innings to get even close to this total. Roshan Khan, that one. Oh, the other one was Zarkhan, yeah, and then Biju Pillai, yeah. So Zarkhan coming back on, right. And that must be the dismissal. Umpire Chris Roos is being called on to make the decision. You would have felt that perhaps maybe just had his foot inside there. Did Paul Hitchcock, not given by umpire Chris Roos. Very nice slower ball there from Zarkhan, just playing it to the man. That's Sudesh at mid wicket. It's good bowling here at the death. It's beautiful late afternoon here. 5 for 7 thanks to the innings of Pit Bayer, and that's nicely played into the gap. It's fielded, sort of knocked on a little bit by the fielder here from the UAE, that is Rehan Khan, but they go through for 2. They need boundaries now though, preferably 6s. It's just not the short side here. The short boundary is on the other side for the right-hander. Khan towards us, and that is in the air. It's not going to be caught. It's probably going to be 2. It's a long way away from the field, and they're just jogging in. The player just knows that 2s are not what they need at the moment. It's 6s and 4s that Wales need. And that one is going down here to third man. That will beat the field, and that's gone for 4. So that is very, very good for the Welsh team, but that's still not going to be enough. That's just down the leg side, trying to flick it away past the man short here on the leg side at 45, but not able to achieve that. and it is 43 overs gone, 255, 43 or 44, 43 overs gone, 255 for 9, so 9 off that over, 255 for 4, sorry I said 255 for 9, 255 for 4, and they need now 25.5 runs per over, so 51 needed, and it actually has been just a valiant attempt by the team from Wales, but it was the difference really for the UAE. That incredible innings from Pete Bayer towards the back end, 100 off 58 balls, 8 sixes, 7 fours, and it propelled them to that total. That's very well played, but I think that'll probably will be fielded. That's very good from Ranjit Nair. They're only going to go through for the single. That's excellent fielding here in the deep, running around very quickly. Ranjit Nair, who's been off the field a couple of times for cramps, really showing grit and determination out here in the field for the UAE. That's very nicely played into the gap by Adam Hitchcock. It won't go all the way. It's fielded out there, and they're just going to come through for the 2. So 3 so far off the over. Need another 24 off this over. That's 4 sixes if they're going to be up with the rate. That's not going to happen. And Wales, though, posting their highest score of the tournament so far. That they can be very proud of. It's a good delivery from Sadish. Oh, he gets an edge on that one, he does. That's going to run away down to the boundary for 4. So Adam Hitchcock gets the inside edge, and it just goes away down fine for 4. Trying to play that one into the deep. 6s is what they need, but 4s is what they're getting. 262 for 4, and it now is almost a mathematical impossibility for them to get this. They need 8 6s. In fact, that's been missed by everybody, and I think that's going to go to the boundary as well. It does. It runs down to the sight screen behind the batter. That is buys. It doesn't matter how they come. The fact that they scored them is the most important thing, and 4 buys takes them to 266 for 4. We feel they'll be very happy with this attempt to get to these runs. Just 40 runs shy of victory at the moment, and they need, mathematically it's still possible, it means they need 7 6s to win this match of 7 deliveries. Herschel Gibbs, where are you now? Played straight back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over by Sadish, and the end of that over, which has gone for 11. 266 for the loss of 4, and the match now, unless we have a no ball or a couple of no balls that are hit for 6, this match is going to go to the UAE. 266 for 4, 1 over left, 40 left to win. It is has not gone down to the last over, but really has been a valiant attempt here. These two brothers, Paul and Adam Hitchcock, have put on 40 for the last wicket. They've tried valiantly to get their team over the line, as have the batters who've gone before them. It is Simon Holliday, who was stumped by keeper Ruffy off the bowling of Earl Cavido for 53 of 59, 5 fours, 1 6. Sean Morris, 74 of 84, 10 fours, 1 6. Mickey Martin, 55 of 55, 4 fours in that innings, and 25 of 26 by Morgan. Paul and Adam Hitchcock, Adam on 24, Paul on 22 and that is going to be going up once again. That'll be 24 each now between these two as they face up to the last over from Zar Khan. They're going to edge closer to 270 or over 270, by far their highest score of the tournament, but it won't be enough. And really from a UAE point of view, the bowler who really made the difference for them, probably the difference in this run chase between perhaps winning or losing or even getting 20 runs closer, was Ranjit Nair, who and that's over the man at cover, and a desperate jump up in the air by Roshan Khan, but he can't get there. It's a 4, so that is a 4 off the second ball of the over, and they have now scored 6 off this over. They're into the 270s, 272 for 4. High scoring match here at the Groot Drakenstein Oval here at the Sports Club, and he's played that one into the leg side as well. It's Imran Kazmi who does the fielding, just the single to Paul Hitchcock. 7 off the over so far. Two balls to go, and such is the camaraderie between these two teams that you would have heard earlier from the Welsh team, both staying in the same hotel, and they really getting on exceptionally well together. And it is going to be Zar Khan. That's very nicely played, but that is straight this time to the man at backward point. That is Rehan Khan, and there is going to be no run. And that is played in the gap. It's gone through, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. But again, it won't make a difference to the end score. It will make a difference to the score. It won't make a difference to the result. But 10 off this over so far. It sounded like that bat had broken there, as that takes these two to a 50 partnership for these two brothers, and that is a landmark event for them. They're now only 29 runs short of getting that total, and really was a valiant effort from the Welsh team here. One man stood between them and the victory, and he's the man fielding the ball now, Pete Bayer. They're taking 2, but it won't bother him at all. He's the man at 100 of 58 balls to take the UAE to 305 for 7. And he's the one who sealed the victory for them. It is the Welsh who end on 279 for the loss of 4. That is an outstanding effort from them. Just 27 runs short of victory. They lose by 20. How many runs is that? They lose by 26 runs. It is that they lose by. And a really valiant effort from them, and a fantastic performance, it must be said, from a batting point of view by the UAE earlier, and backed up really by great bowling from Ranjit Nair, who was the pick of the bowlers for them. His figures there, let's have a look at those bowling figures for you, and we'll see what that those final numbers were for him. Just going to the scorecard now and just getting a final view of that. I've given you the scores for the batters. Just that 50-run partnership really was very good by the two Hitchcock brothers. Both of them, in fact, Paul ending on 35, Adam ending on 25, 281. In fact, is the score that the official scorers have got, but we'll stay with that one at the moment. 281 for 4, the highest score by far in the tournament for Wales. Roshan Khan it was who got 2 for 57 in 8 overs, but it was the bowling of Ranjit Nair, 1 for 30 in 9 overs, only going for 3.33 runs per over, 31 dots in those 9 overs, and he bowled exceptionally well. He was the difference between these two teams in the end of the day with that bowling performance from him, and that together with the amazing 100 of only 58 balls from Peter Bayer has propelled the UAE to their first victory in the tournament, and really a well-deserved win here. Wales looking for their first win of the tournament. They put up a fantastic effort, and one has to congratulate both teams for a great game of cricket, a very high aggregate here on a very good batting pitch at Drakenstein. Really compliments to everybody here, and just a reminder that this tournament bring the International Masters Cricket Over-40s World Cup tournament is brought to you by the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, sponsored proudly by Sisonke Tours and Events. That's www.sisonke, S-I-S-O-N-K-E, sisonketours.co.za. Also by Vita 24 Vitamin Boost, and I have still a little bit of my red berry drink here, delicious Vita 24 Vitamin Boost drinks, and by Pitch Vision, who provided us with the visuals and the commentary today, the City of Cape Town, and then very importantly Devil's Peak Beer Company. And it really has been a fantastic day's cricket here, remembering that cricket supplies by smcricket.co.za, and then finally the telecommunications and other comms and other items from a communication and a cell phone and other point of view supplied by Softphone VIP. Softphone VIP. Please, we ask you on behalf of these sponsors, please, we thank you for this sponsorship to all these sponsors, and we just really appreciate the support that they've given to make this tournament possible. It has been a fantastic day out in the winelands of the Cape. We look forward to greeting you here again from Drakenstein on Sunday, which is the last round of the round robin matches, the fifth round of round robin matches, and we look forward to seeing you on Sunday. I'll be here at Drakenstein for the match between Zimbabwe and Australia. I look forward to seeing you there. There are 5 other games taking place around the peninsula. Please join us for your team's game on Sunday. There'll be a couple of big matches on Sunday to see who makes up the final places on the logs, and we will catch up with you hopefully again then. It's goodbye from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and from our production team here, Nonkululeko, Java and Neo, and until next time, goodbye.
Makasih reading. Yeah. Done. Look at you. Yeah. That disconnect on the color. Le. Two paper. Not le nyam cool. You don't name nyam lead. The cool person I need to. Flag up, flag on the new rotate, and I could bring it like a cool again. Yeah. Easy. No, because who mind the class move? Alone now. It's an alien up of what's the near tail? Somebody bump now. Okay, bump up. Bump. Stress like my guy. Kanjani my sand well. Aim good is not good, not disconnect. So my movement. Usually have sure. Ngama shade. Yes, me pass. It sounds like I say need man. Some clear shit. Tafani bas me pass babon. Oh my god like that. Akuzuvezwa le into kanti indawo. Kaluvezwa le ngapha mos. Le ngapha ne? Asimapha guys. Nabo ba after the execution, we'll have 5 minutes talks here. Wait. Presentation that side or this side?
അല്ല വേണ്ട ഒന്ന് ചെറുതായിട്ട് മുടക്കിയാണ് ഉണ്ടല്ലേ നല്ല ഫ്ലക്സ് മതി അപ്പോൾ ചെറുതായിട്ട് ഓക്കെ ആണോ ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല
Tough one, but now you must be feeling so relaxed. Go to bed. अभी वापस के लिए
तो स्टेट बाय डे मैन वो सही जाएगा मैं तेरे को साला दोनों टांग उठा देगा बेटे गुड एफर्ट ऊपर लगाऊं उसका भी लेके
ये क्या है इतनी जल्दी
मैंने कहा तुम लोग करो एक्सरसाइज हम सब कुछ हाँ
5:46
वो सवाल तुझे
पूछे मैंने कह रहे हुआ है
वहाँ पर क्या बात है यहाँ बैठे और वहाँ
वो जो भी जो मैंने किया तेईस रन से
24 24 रन इधर 24 किए इधर 24 है ना
11 बॉल में 24
वो नहीं मैटर करता
हम जल्दी आउट जाते तो न्यूजीलैंड डिफीटेड साउथ अफ्रीका कौन है हरदीप मजा लगता है 15 साल इंडिया
बाद में
यहाँ पे ना
40 साल होने के बाद भारत
आ जाओ आ जाओ
I took it out and it was a
बॉलिंग का मसला नहीं था तो बाल तो 16,435
पूरा एक ही बंदा नजर आ रहा हाथ खड़ा हो गया
अकेला चल अंकल
मैं इसीलिए कवर किया हाँ पढ़ लो मैं पढ़ता हूँ मैं जाके पढ़ता हूँ चलो बैठ गया जी
एक तो बेल्ट पे आई तो मतलब ये तो नहीं ना कह सकता कि हार ही रहे थे
देख क्या है
रान बाबू इधर आओ
हाँ सारा कुछ है आउट आउट पूरा ये डाल तो बैग में Which table? Which table?
अरे पाकिस्तान में तो तुमने बहुत पठान हर किस्म के लोग थे वहाँ क्या वहाँ भी पानी पिना था नहीं भाई जैसा नहीं जैसा हम लोग अंदर आते ना हमारे पास 4 लोग ऑलरेडी आ जाते तो हमने सिफारिश की ये बात की ये बात जैसा अपन अंदर होते ना मेरे पास 4 लोग आकर बता के तेरी सिफारिश की अंदर मैं बोला भाई कैसा शुक्र अदा करूं
बोले पैसे में गिर जाओ पैसे में गिरो
कभी ऐसा नहीं याद है सिफारिश कर दी तुम्हारी तुम आ रहे हो न्यूजीलैंड के तीसरी के बाद तो कर देखो आप देखो जी बात ये ऐसी बराबरी देखो
नहीं इसका बेस्ट नहीं इसका बेस्ट आंसर बन गया ना
इस बार आज कम है ये जब 47 ओवर हो गए
कौन है
और ग्रुप हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ रन हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ विकेट मैं घबरा गया मुझसे ये आदमी को देखना पड़ेगा भाई ये भी लगी पड़ेगी ठंडा नहीं है ना ये मेरा भाई नहीं है अबे क्या देख रहा है क्या मैं गलत बोल रहा हूँ कुछ
ये देख रहे हैं कंटेंट कितने परसेंट
ये शीशे में खड़ा होकर शीशे में खड़ा होकर नहीं देखता था ना भाई हमारी फट गई यार हम कुछ अब छोड़ रिटायरमेंट ले रहे हैं तो भाई फट गई यार दोनों ज्यादा होता है आप बोले ना अबे भाई बात सुन बोलने का बहुत नुकसान होता है जो आता है ना प्रेशर लेना पड़ रहा है हम इसलिए ले रहे हैं कि वहाँ खड़े होकर सारी देखना होता है ना मैं कहीं और खड़ा होकर नजर थोड़ी आता कि और कहाँ खड़ा है
Difficult for me. Sometimes I think presentation. आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या बोली मुफ्त का नहीं चलो नेक्स्ट चलो
दोस्तों रान ले लो यहाँ बोले
रात को डिनर हाँ
गहरी बात
नहीं आपको दूसरी बात करते ना तो वो भी तो नहीं कहते लो आ गए तो
संभाल के रखो नहीं ना वो भी तुम्हारा रूम बैठे हैं क्या पता
ऐसा है ना खाना वो नहीं खिलाते हैं खिला तो वो भी यही चीज है मैंने कहा दिया आपने दिया आगे दे दिया नहीं और क्या चाहिए
उतना तो तैयार हो जाएंगे मैं भी फर्स्ट टाइम है लेकिन दिल की बात लगती है आप उसी बात का नहीं हो ना क्या सुना है क्या देखा क्या सुना ये बताओ चौके जा रहे हैं उसे कुछ नहीं बोलता मेरे बहुत मेरे पे बहुत तेज आ रहा है ना मैं तो पूरा बैग हमारा तो खुले ही नहीं रहे फिर भी वो मेरे को हर बार जो है ना दिलाते रखते वो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना हाथों में जो लगता है ना आज भी मेरे को जो ये मैंने देखा कि अब जाके सही हुआ है रबर वाली यूज कर रहे हैं वो यूज करते कैसे आइडिया हाँ No, it's much better. Who went to do the thing? Yeah. No went to do the thing. Yeah. It started in the second half. Big guys, soft skelly, and you're It's not easy, is it?
Can you set up maybe up there? Because we've got a beautiful backdrop.
Okay.
Are you happy with that?
Yes, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna pick it up. It's very. Yeah, I think the better. Yes, this one is very less. Yeah. So rather the other. Yeah, there were three guys. Three guys actually. They were two guys.
Yeah.
Mind your way.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. What an amazing reception. I'd say over a few things before we then get extremely nice little mats. Cecil John Rose, you might have heard, and he sent Harry Pitts, the senior staff in land, and he was soon to discover when he did a bit of excavation that the land here is totally useless for agriculture. When you drive out, you'll see stones as far as the eye can see. Laid cricket pitch. So maybe you are or are not aware, but you played on South Africa's very first laid cricket pitch. So was planted in 19. Thank General Smuts profusely. It was actually topped and destroyed in a major Cape storm, which the Cape is very well known for. and we actually thought we'd lost it. That must have been about rescued that tree about 8 years ago. Thank you, Mornay. Well done. Should you be interested, and I presume you guys are interested because last hangover from having had a great game of beating some youngsters and the sympathy levels are zero, but we keep doing it, and well done to all of you guys for doing that. That would then receive visiting hosts, not unlike yourselves, that had traveled far over the seas. Difference being they probably didn't travel mice and cockroaches in the key. They were invited up here, sent out to field first. The motley farmers would go out into the sun and bake. Tuesday, a whole bunch of us, we do a flag salute. That we didn't do today, and I do apologize that your flags are not flying, but being out 2 weeks ago. But our flag salute would then be to enjoy the shade, but then given a shot of the local brandy, which would then be deemed as the equalizer before they went onto the field. And we still insist upon that. 120 club might have mingled already with some of the Welsh. You for that. And anybody that would like to remain, thank you to travel. It's massive through the season. He did the format. He started. What I agree. Let me tell you, from somebody who's been playing on here for 9 years, 600 runs scored. Thank you, Darren. Wonderful game of cricket. I also saw some of the UAE guys, Winelands, this tightly. Congratulations. Wales chased half the game of cricket to watch with that amount of runs, but please, a huge round of applause to the winners, the UAE. If you thought standing out there for just half the overs was a tough gig, these are like, if I pronounce that correctly, I hate to say, Gareth Edwards, if you don't mind coming up and saying
very much. And you guys came out on top, deservedly. But we'll play you at rugby next week, and we'll see you again 28 degrees. Don't tell you, can I swear? No. Well, it certainly felt a lot hotter than 28 degrees, but that's really well in the face flying around. The last sort of 7 or 8 overs, that the run rate was kept a great, and a huge thanks. We don't play on ground.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm say, but you know, I've
actually ask you, Chris, but if you wouldn't mind stepping right. Firstly, who wants to hear about the man of the match? But obviously, the umpires have chatted amongst themselves, and they have elected to vote upon a man of the match, and that would be Simon Holiday from Wales. Really cricket. These guys, I thought my pronunciation was pretty good there, but obviously strong South African accent. Yes, no, not man of the match. Again, I think Spirit Cricket Award on a fixture like this is massive. Number 2 is the man of the match for the losing side. These two amazing umpires to present. And then last, but certainly not least, man of the pronunciation of this name from.
Thank you.